It's been a frustrating interleague series for the Athletics. Friday night, the Braves' Mike Foltynewicz no-hit bid was broken up in the bottom of the ninth as rookie Matt Olson hit a big fly, but it was still not enough, and the Braves took game one. Yesterday, the A's squandered the game with some sloppy play, and the Braves' young shortstop Dansby Swanson continued his clutch hitting. Today, the A's will look to salvage the final game of the series behind the arm of Sean Manaea. It's the A's and the Braves next. Well, it is another beautiful day for a ball game here at the Coliseum. Those A's fans are having themselves a good time. In the pitching matchup today, Julio Teheran for the Braves, Sean Manaea for the A's, and it is the third and final game of the series. A's and the Braves coming up on NBC Sports California, powered by Xfinity. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Oakland A's baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. Well, we don't see the Atlanta Braves a lot, but this weekend, Ray, we've seen a young man by the name of Dansby Swanson, first overall pick in the 2015 draft. And, you know, his batting average isn't real high, but you can tell he's probably going to be a star in this league. Pretty good acquisition by the Atlanta Braves to step into the shortstop position as a youngster. In this series, the left field line has been his favorite target. Seems like a runner gets on base, he hits a ball down the left field corner, drives him in. He's done that Friday, he did it yesterday afternoon, and it just keeps swinging the bat so well, playing shortstop, doing an outstanding job there. So a great future for this young man, and with the Atlanta Braves, he probably is going to be there quite a few years. The A's, unfortunately, have seen him play pretty well in the first two games. So Manaea and Teheran is the pitching matchup, and for the Braves and Julio Teheran, when he's on, he's really, really good. And Sean Manaea has probably been the A's best starting pitcher. Well, Sean Manaea, we've seen him pretty consistently pitch in the month of June. 3-1 in the month of June for him, outstanding. Trying to be the stopper this afternoon. And for Teheran, there have been about 4 players on the A's roster in the lineup, perhaps, who have seen him in their National League days. Of course, he's faced the Athletics pitching very well on the road. Let's just hope Sean Manaea can pitch the way he has recently. And indeed, we need a stopper performance from Sean Manaea, as the A's have lost 4 in a row. So interleague baseball coming up from the Coliseum. It's the A's and the Atlanta Braves. We'll have lineups at first pitch right after this, so stick around.
NBC Sports California is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Jack in the Box. Come try the new sweet or spicy barbecue bacon cheeseburger and chicken sandwich. Limited time only.
It must be Sunday.
And they're small.
Oh, yeah.
And look at the guy. Kid, he lost his hat. A couple of catchers took out in the middle of the field, and they said, "Where do I go?" And then Bruce Maxwell said, "Come back here by me." He saw all the umpires and said, "Nope, don't want to go back there." That's cute, though.
It's one of our favorites.
Yeah.
Sunday, the games here at the Coliseum. Game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open daily. 70 degrees, a beautiful day, lots of sunshine. As it is a nice, full, lengthy holiday weekend.
Right.
And it's not even the 4th of July yet. It's only July 2nd. Here's the lineup for the visiting Atlanta Braves for today. It's brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and here it is. Inciarte, Phillips, Markakis, Kemp, Adams, Suzuki, Santana, Camargo, and Swanson.
And it's a bitch, and Sean Manaea 3-1 in the month of June, this being the 2nd of July, so his first start in the month. But he finally defeated the Houston Astros. That was in his last start, and he hopes to continue. He'll get a couple of more starts before the All-Star break today and probably Friday in Seattle. A chance to get closer to the double figures in wins.
So Sean Manaea is set to go as Ender Inciarte steps in, and we're set for baseball. Braves have won the first 2 games in this series. They won 3-1 on Friday night. They won 4-3 yesterday. Both very entertaining games, tight games, but unfortunately for the Athletics, a pair of losses.
Check the socks of Sean Manaea. It's pretty neat. And Maxwell with the red, white, and blue. I mean, they got it all covered today.
This one's looped into left center field, and that's a base hit. So Inciarte drops one in for a base hit to open up the ball game. Here's the A's defense. It's Joyce, Brugman, and Olsen in the outfield. Healy, Rosales, Lowry, and Alonso on the infield, with Maxwell doing the catching.
Yeah,
So there it is.
Blue, yeah, I think I want to say Sandy Alomar Jr. wore that when they had the All-Star game in Cleveland many years ago. But that is America's birthday right there, all in one for Bruce Maxwell. Chest protector, shin guards, mask, got everything.
So here's Brandon Phillips with the speedy Inciarte at first. First pitch to Phillips is a little bit outside.
Cap, I don't know that in 1776 they actually had sunglasses as Bruce Maxwell. 1779, I don't think so, but you know, not the wraparounds behind the catcher's mask. But it is great to see the uniforms, and I know Steve Vucinich put a lot of time in putting these uniforms together for Major League Baseball.
Foul tip, 1-1 the count. Umpires today, that is Stu Shearwater calling balls and strikes, and the crew chief is Mr. Jeff Nelson, who is down at first base. And there he is. So 1-1 the count to Brandon Phillips, hitting .291 with 7 home runs, 29 runs batted in. Inciarte, a base stealing threat. Well, today, Andy, 95-mile-per-hour fastball is our fast pitch, brought to you by Xfinity, the fastest Wi-Fi at home and on the go.
And looking at the players, I just wonder if there were instructions in their lockers about, okay, wear the stripes on the left leg.
Well, I think, as you know, I saw quite a few guys watching the baseball highlights even last night, and a lot of guys were wearing that look right there. And I think you're right. I think the stripes left side, stars right side.
Exactly, because and you know, you look around, you go, oops, you out of uniform, you got it on the wrong leg.
But Adam Rosales, as I check, he does not have the stripes. He's just he's a star.
He's a superstar. That's good.
Checking, Brugman has stripes on the left.
Yeah.
Stars on the right.
Yeah. And Mania does. And yeah, if Rosie's the only one, of course, we can only look at guys that have the pant legs up high. The rest of them we can't tell.
Now, I think it's fun. It's kind of cool. Now, if you have the decision where you can wear kind of however you want, I would hope nobody would go with the stripes on both legs, because that would not.
Yeah. You think you're a barber.
Come on in.
That's a good point, because it looks okay that way.
Yeah.
It almost looks like they forgot one or the other, but everybody's consistent with the stars and stripes. Good strikeout from Sean Manaea, and he's got the breaking ball to the back foot. Takes a little bit off of the slider. And gets a swing and miss, and a good opportunity because no stride by Phillips. Almost like he's looking for something off speed, but got it and couldn't handle it.
So one away for Nick Markakis. Manaea has been terrific as of late. A 6-1 record with a 2.90 ERA in his last 8 starts. The only loss was 2 starts ago to the Astros here. But then he came back and beat the Astros last Tuesday in Houston. So he's already faced the Astros 3 times this year. But this is game number 82, so the A's have crept past the halfway point, and Manaea coming in with 79 innings. So you start thinking, well, if he stays healthy the whole year, you would hope that he would get, 175 maybe.
Great to build on for the future. Exactly.
Maybe a goal for Manaea.
He was saying in Houston, Cap, that when he went on the disabled list after his start against the Angels on the 26th of April, went on the 27th, and had a little shoulder strain. He stayed on longer than the 10 days. And he said probably taking that time coming back from that, and that's since then is where he's had his success. As he was 1-3 counting the first start back from the disabled list, and look at his record now. So like you said, with those numbers that you pointed out, he's pitched extremely well. And maybe he can be the stopper today, because the A's need somebody badly. That's a good look, but not the memo of the Oakland A's, though.
Strong effort.
Yeah.
1-2. Ciarte dives back.
Good thing about Sean Manaea, while he does not have a great move to first base, at least he will throw to first. And whether it's a courtesy toss, sometimes he'll pick a runner off when they go first move. But at least from the runner standpoint, they cannot assume that when he lifts the front leg that he's going to the plate.
This one's hit left center field. Joyce on the move, and Matt Joyce makes the play. Whirls around and gets it back in quickly. And Ciarte has to hustle all the way back to first.
Fortunately, a left-handed hitter, the ball slicing back a little bit towards Joyce in left field. It looked like it's going to the gap. He cut it off. The ball slicing back. And Ciarte had actually crossed the bag, but as always, good base runners will make sure they retrace their step, including stepping on the bag on the way back to first. And he thought the ball was in the gap. He's going to score, so he hit the bag. He rounded it. Watch as he touches it going back. Always important, because if you don't and they'll appeal, somebody's watching, is out.
Exmo brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. So 2 outs, and Ciarte still at first, and here's the designated hitter Matt Kemp. Kemp in this series is 1 for 7. Batting average up over 300 at 305. He has DH'd in all 3 games in this series. And this one's looped toward right, and that's going to be a hit. And Ciarte stops at second. So 2 on 2 out for the Braves here in the first.
For a big strong man, Matt Kemp has shown in this series he's got some opposite field hits in him, and seems like all series he's done this. Pitches away, doesn't try to pull it, goes the opposite field. Had a big run driven in on Friday night off Sean Doolittle with a fastball that he dumped to right field. Big boy. Oof.
Speaking of big boys, here's Matt Adams.
Oh, he used to be bigger.
Yeah, not as big as he used to.
You have to give a lot of credit to Freddie Freeman, who had his rehab assignment last night started. He comes back. He's going to play third, at least as offered. We'll see what happens. But Matt Adams has played so well, they want to keep his bat in the lineup. Okay, one of the things, too, he's hit lefties quite well. If you hit Clayton Kershaw, you hit any lefty. Now, Freddie's on his rehab assignment. He's not at the park in the stands today.
Adams hits a pop-up foul territory, maybe a play for Healy, and Healy goes into a slide and just comes up a little short. Maybe had a little bit more room than he thought.
Do you know what was surprising about that? Normally lefty hits the ball and it comes back. This one kind of sliced towards the stands, and you're right, Healy, that's padded too, where he just ran into that little short wall down in front of the groundskeepers.
So 1-1 the count to Adams. So another chance for Matt Adams. Adams was 1 for 3 yesterday. Was not in the lineup on Friday. And he hits one high in the air. Playable in right center. Brugman grabs it, side retired. So a couple of runners stranded for the Braves in the top of the first. Lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Joyce, Olson, Lowry, Davis, Alonso, Healy, Maxwell, Brugman, Rosales. That's your Oakland A's starting lineup for today.
Julio Teheran on the mound, and of course very well detailed about his success on the road. Mentioned the 4 players there in the lineup today who have faced him when they played in the National League. So Teheran with an assortment of pitches that you typically expect a starter to have. He's got all of them, all 4 plus a couple of fastballs. See how the A's do against him, those who have not seen him before.
The defense for the Braves has Santana in left, Inciarte in center, and Markakis is in right. A couple Gold Glovers out there. Camargo, Swanson, Phillips, Adams on the infield, and Kurt Suzuki, our old friend Kurt, is behind the plate. It's always great to see Kurt. Had a chance to chat with him on Friday, and he said life is good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 3 children now.
That's right. Renee, his wife, and of course they've been all across the country. I mean, it goes from the cool weather in Minneapolis to the heat and humidity of Hotlanta. But he's happy. It's probably had more fishing opportunities in Minneapolis with 10,000 lakes in the state of Minnesota, but he is doing quite well and happy for him.
First pitch is drilled towards center, and Inciarte hustling over to his left, and he makes the catch. So Matt Joyce hit that ball well, but Inciarte tracked it down.
Well, Matt Joyce ambushed Masahiro Tanaka with a home run first pitch against the Yankees, and that changed his whole pitching pattern. This ball just a little bit away from Matt that he could not pull it. not only into the gap but over the fence. Teheran likes to throw the fastball. Of course, the 2 and the 4 that he will throw. 2 seam with a sink, 4 seam more of a straight fastball.
Olsen bunts it with that shift on. It bounced foul.
Kurt Suzuki hustling out to cover up some of the ground on the left side. Only one on the left side. They don't expect Olsen to do that. It's Swanson. They do send their third baseman into right field when they shift. Camargo is the third baseman. Phillips stays the same, as well as the shortstop Swanson.
Camargo's the one who has to do all the legwork.
Fastball slider is kind of like a bullpen, a relief pitcher, sinker slider. But the 2 fastballs, that's why 63% fastballs that are thrown.
Well, this guy's got good stuff. I mean, he's been an all-star twice. 2014 and then again last year. But this year the number's not great with the ERA at 5.5, giving up a lot of home runs, 19 home runs in 90 innings. So a down year for Teheran. That one is lined toward left. And Santana's right there. So tough luck for the A's here in the first inning. 2 outs for Lowry.
You know, Jed Lowry, is you take this line drive to left field, you think you have a chance, and I'll explain exactly what Jed Lowry has said about this. And he saw it in Houston where he hit some balls. You see where the left fielder's playing, Santana's right to him. He said they do kind of the reverse shift. They on the right side of the left-hand hitter, they pull to the side, but the outfield goes the other direction. That's what happened with Olsen. They were playing him to pull on the ground, hit the ball in the air to the opposite field.
Pitchcast is brought to you by Penn Fed Credit Union. Lowry at 284. In this series, Lowry is 1 for 7. Things have been pretty quiet in this series. They've scored 4 runs on 10 hits total in the first 2 games.
That's the scary part. The offense has gone away.
A couple of home runs by the A's, but outside of that, just not much.
Well, we talked in the guys in the studio about the consistency from the pitching, defense, but offense is factored in there as well. Find a way to score some runs, especially if you get good pitching. Whew.
Miltonevich.
What, over 4,000 games since the last time the A's were no hit?
He got close.
Oof. Very close.
Pitch right there. Now it's 3-2.
Miltonevich gave up 1 hit, a home run, and as soon as he gave that up, he was gone. Jim Johnson came in for the save, gave up a hit to Lowry, and then struck out the side, but that's pretty impressive. 4 walks. Probably he could have thrown a few more pitches.
I think he could have. Yeah. Lowry strikes out, fires his bat, fires his helmet, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Julio Teheran. Podcast is back on NBCSportsCalifornia.com. It's brought to you by Max Muscle. Make sure you log on each week as our A's insider Joe Stiglitz talks baseball with players, coaches, special guests, and more. It's also available on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, and Spotify. And the latest guest is A's president Dave Kaval. He's a Kurt Suzuki fan, so an A's fan, but a Kurt Suzuki fan, which, quite frankly, aren't we that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Kurt's one of the real good guys.
We were just in Houston. I was talking to Bruce Maxwell. And I said, Bruce, 2007, I did the same thing with Kurt Suzuki. Interviewed him on the bench in Minute Maid Park when he just joined the club. That's right. Bruce, just like Kurt Suzuki, brought up, and Stephen Vogt, unfortunately, was probably DFA, but he's got a couple home runs in one game for Stephen Vogt. So congratulations to him. But times have changed. Time to move on.
Well, what happens is, and I think it happens with you too, right? It happens with me, is you cheer for the guys that, in your opinion, are good guys. They'll come up and talk to you, and it's not every conversation is a baseball conversation, and that's exactly where Kurt Suzuki is.
Exactly.
And Stephen Vogt was the same way. This one's hit to left, and that's hit well, and Suzuki back in Oakland homers.
Wow. 0-2 fastball.
Looked like it was up and out over the plate, and Suzuki hits his 5th homer.
Wow. It almost looked like Chris Carter. Chris Carter in Milwaukee last year. Similar. Look what this pitch is. Way outside. And he reached out and got it at 92.
Batting in the 7th position.
I mean, that's a big boy to go out and hit the ball to left field. Got it airborne. And of course, Kurt playing here enough. He knows at daytime the ball's going to carry. I don't think that one needed much help. An 0-2 fastball away.
So the Braves jump out ahead 1-0. Kurt Suzuki in his 8th full year in the big leagues. 33 years old. Kurt could play for a while yet if he decides to do that. He's going to be a backup catcher, but
nothing wrong with that. Play for a long time.
Danny Santana has had a good series.
He's almost in the Ricky Henderson mode. You want to make him hit the ball, not walk him, because of the way he's stealing bases in this series. It's like he gets on, he's at third base. And Swanson, a couple of hitters behind him today.
We saw Santana with the Twins. It came over in a trade in the early part of May. Danny Santana, he's a switch hitter. 3-1 pitch, a touch outside, and it's a walk for Santana, so he's aboard. And let's check in with Angela for the first time.
Well, guys, there's been so much talk about the youth movement and the young bloods with the Athletics as of late, and one of the keys to making their transition smoother is that some of them share a house together. I was speaking to Matt Olson earlier before the game yesterday, and he mentioned that Ryan Healy himself, Chad Pinder, and Matt Chapman all share a house together. And Matt says that he's the king of the remote, and even though Ryan Healy is the social ringleader who likes to have their social time together and get everyone together, and Chad Pinder, well, he's probably the cleanest, but they do rotate cleaning duties. All in all, it looks like the guys are having a lot of fun together. Guys, back up to you.
Well, it'd be fun to hear one of those conversations. That probably spend a lot of time talking about baseball. They're big leaguers for the first time.
Well, I think of what Josh Reddick did last year for Ryan Healy, and just like you're talking about, Kipe, with certain guys, but Healy learning from Reddick, and not surprised that he's here. All the other kids come up and he say, hey, let's all bunk together.
Exactly.
And that's
it makes it easier for everybody.
Yeah. So he learned, and Reddick took those kids under his wing whenever they came up. And the sad part, when Reddick was traded to Los Angeles, what do you do?
That's right.
You know, his house is gone and he's gone, but that's a case of.
Runner goes, the throw in time. Santana says maybe not. And second base umpire Corey Blazer called them out, so the Braves are checking on it.
Well, they got him on the backside, and strong throw by Bruce Maxwell. And see the hesitation, and the hesitation by Maxwell is because Sean Manaea, all of his 6'6" frame standing on the mound, then he got out of the way. And the throw might have cut right between him. Yeah, they're going to take a look at it, and I think his hand got on the bag.
I think so. Looked like that left hand may have got in there. Watch the left hand, and then there. Yeah. He may have snuck in there, so we'll see. They're going to look at it.
Check this out. Watch Manaea as he delivers the pitch. Maxwell comes up to throw. Manaea standing on top of the mound and goes, whoa.
Get out of there.
Yeah, and there's just a slight, I mean, his motion from Maxwell kind of continued, but there was enough maybe of a hesitation, and they called him safe. Didn't take long because his hand got there, and that's what was shown. So Stealing on 2-0. But when you're a pitcher as tall as Manaea and the catcher comes up, he's going to throw ideally about belt high. You stand on the mound, whether you're tall as Manaea or not, you're going to get hit. And so he got off a little bit late, but maybe just enough of a hesitation that he got his hand in. Still a strong throw by Maxwell.
So runner at second. So you're right about Danny Santana. 3 stolen bases yesterday.
That's right.
And he's already got one today. And when he was with the Twins, and we saw him a fair amount, I don't remember him being a big base stealer.
Yeah.
Ricky would be impressed.
Absolutely.
Maybe not happy, but impressed.
Better watch about third.
Yeah, he stole third yesterday.
Yeah, if you don't pay attention, and you know that's why for a pitcher, you don't want to get in a pattern of looking back, looking to the plate. You want to change it up and look back a second time because you might catch him leaning and take a spin move and get him a second.
Wow. Grounded toward Alonso. So Camargo does what he's supposed to do. He shoots one to the right side, and now Santana at third with 1 out.
Tell you, the Braves have been consistent all weekend.
Yeah, good call.
Situational baseball. And yesterday, Dansby Swanson. This was after an error. Another ball down the right left field line, and that's been a spot for him. He's had a great series, and especially hitting the ball in that same direction and with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, that's a good call by you. They have done everything offensively that you're supposed to do if you're playing small ball.
Absolutely.
I mean, I just looked right on Friday night, and you don't hear this stat talked about really much, but runners moved up. 3 times they did it.
That's right.
Yesterday once. They just did it again today.
And you know that at bat started 3-0 for Camargo, and he could have said, "Oh, I'm going to get a pitch, I'm going to pull it." Instead, gets 3-2, and gets a pitch that he can't hit to the right side. And those things a lot of times will not show up in box scores. It'll show up as an offer. But if you're a winning team, all those little things result in runs. And now Sean Manaea needs a ground ball, and he got one to Camargo, but that was intentional. He's more of a fly ball pitcher.
Swanson had a good swing, fouls it straight back. Well, the Braves are playing well. They've won 10 out of their last 14, and they're in that spot that the A's would love to get to. They're closing in on 500. They're 39-41. They had a good month of June. They were 16-12. So the arrow's pointing up right now for the Braves. They're 7.5 games behind the Washington Nationals. Nationals not playing quite as well as of late, so they've actually creeped into it a little bit.
And they have a big series against the Nationals coming up this weekend before the break, and some of the Braves are saying that could be a determining weekend. See the Mets 9 back. I mean, it's not that. Well, if the Nationals aren't playing the way they did, they were here, then that's a different story. Still looking for back end of the bullpen help, and they may really go after it in this month of July.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Manaea with a huge strikeout on Swanson, who has been so clutch in this series, but not that time.
Well, this time the fastball in. Maybe they changed the direction. It's supposed to be away, but it runs inside. And it seems like pitches away. He's been able to rake down the left field line, but this heater on the inner part of the plate could not catch up. Can't touch this. That's what they played whenever he struck out. Fastball 94. They got everything.
So here's Ender Inciarte, who opened the game with a soft single to left center field. And I was just thinking, I really honestly was just thinking, be careful with the bunt, because he's the kind of guy that he'll slap it around. He'll do anything to get on base.
Well, then the big out, of course, you look with the runners at third base, 1 out, infield in. But the biggest to me is this one, because really I've always felt there's no pressure on a hitter when there's 2 outs. If he gets a hit, he's a hero. But Swanson was the one striking out. He's the one that all he needed to do is make contact. Pretty good chance a runner would score.
So 1-1 the count to Inciarte. He's 2 for 10 in this series. That is fair, and it scoots past Alonso down the right field line. A run's going to score. Inciarte is going to have a double. So Yonder got over there. Or if that ball didn't kind of stay down a little bit. So it's an RBI double, and the Braves lead 2-0.
But we're going to show the pitch. Look at the location. Look where this pitch is. Inside part of the plate. And Cap, if you remember back in Texas, when a guy named Joey Gallo got a slider slow on the inner part of the plate, hit a 3-run home run. Manaea with lefties, if he pitches away, this pitch is in, he pulls the hands in, so he's able to pull the ball down the line. If the pitch is away where it's supposed to be, probably would have been right to Alonso at first, and the A's are out of the inning. Instead, inner part of the plate, he hooks it, ends up being a double. And a 2-out double.
So here's Brandon Phillips. So 4 hits already for the Braves. And that one is hit to right, and that's going to fall for a hit. Here comes Olson. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's there. The tag. Got him. Beautiful throw by Matt Olson. Perfect. And Maxwell just had to put the glove down and put the tag on Inciarte. Nicely done by the A's. 2-0 Braves after an inning and a half.
And check this out. Pretty good speed at second base, Inciarte, but how about a gun by this man? Wow, right on the money, perfectly thrown, and a nice tag on a slide to the outside part of the plate. And a great producer brought up the name Dave Parker, the Cobra, with his strong throw, and Delaire, thing of beauty.
First pitch to Chris Davis, a strike down around the knees from Julio Teheran, who had a 3-up, 3-down first inning.
Let's just hope that out is a big one, because Inciarte's speed and any kind of a jump at all, you think he's going to score easily on a line drive to right field, but Olson showing off the strong arm.
It was I mean, it really was a perfect throw.
Yeah.
It was low, strong, and in the air and right
there
at the back.
As a catcher, you're hoping for not a short hop, and that's why in the air was perfect. That allowed Bruce Maxwell to hold his position and give the lane to the runner, which unfortunately in today's world that's what you have to do. But a strong throw, great play at the plate, and cut down what should have been the third run of the inning for the Braves.
Missed outside, and now it's 3-1. Well, we talk about those throws to the plate, Ray, and you know all about these throws, but you know, and a lot of times you say that nice one-hop throw is great for a catcher. Now, is it better than the one on the fly? Well, no, but you don't want the looping throw on a fly.
Right.
You make a throw like Olson did. Now that's a thing of beauty.
Yeah, you don't want the short hop.
Exactly.
And that's why when it starts to sink, and Olson did a great job. He charged the ball, number one. He got himself in a great position to throw and had the ball in the air the whole way. And it made it great for Maxwell to make the play and then put his big body in front of the plate after he caught the ball, which now you have to do.
Good swing by Chris Davis.
But again, see where Olson's charging the ball, catches in one hop as the runner hit third base, and there's the perfect throw. It almost got to the short hop, and he went to get it, then blocked off the plate. Ideally, you put your hand over the ball in the catcher's mitt, but Bruce Maxwell, very strong hands, able to make the play, keeping the ball in the glove.
Very high, foul. Markakis will watch it sail into the stands.
Inciarte at second base, and again with good speed, 2 outs, just no hesitation. Phillips did his job, and he was being sent, looking back, which he should not have done, but he did anyway to see what the throw was going to be, but all textbook for the Athletics. And there's the play where Maxwell had to set himself up in front of the plate and then go to the block once he had the ball in his glove. But that was a big run. The Braves were not able to score, and the A's hope that that turns out to be a big one.
So another 3-2 pitch. Just a little bit low, very close. Good take by Davis, and the A's have their first base runner.
You notice how Chris Davis stayed down low. He thought it was a ball, but at 95 decided he better wait. The catchers are doing so much now, and they're catching the ball with the palm down, but bringing it up, and that's how they're being taught to bring it up into the strike zone. Kurt Suzuki did it on the low pitch. Still, if the umpires are calling correctly, which we know they all do, they're calling when it crosses the plate, not with the catcher bringing it up.
Under Alonso went for the bunt, and the pitch is in the dirt. It rolls out in front of home plate, and Chris Davis alertly takes second base. Yonder saw the shift on, nobody on the left side, so he was thinking about bunting.
And Kurt Suzuki realized there was nobody at third. He hustled down once Teheran picked up the ball, but way inside, offline, hit maybe the umpire's right chest shin guard. When Teheran went to the ball, Suzuki went to third base. So far offline. And see where Swanson is. He just stayed there, and he's going to second base. There's no play there. Suzuki hustling to third base.
First strike to Alonso. So that shift where Camargo's out in short right field, that is now eliminated, as he, right after Davis went to second, he went back over to third.
Yes.
So Camargo getting his sprints in today.
still say we talked about it. As far as even right now, Marco's off the line. It's so tempting for a runner to steal because he would have to run to the bag. We saw Healy delayed enough when Maxwell threw on the road trip, and you know it's hard. Third baseman's off the bag. You want to hold the position because you're the only one on the left side. But if the guy at second base takes off, he can almost walk to third.
Little pop up over near the A's dugout. One bounce up into the seats. Happy youngster. A couple rows back behind the A's dugout.
Well, let's see if the A's can do similar to what the Braves have done in this series, and runner at second, nobody out. Trying to get him to third and get him in at least half the score.
Ryan Healy will be next. And a 2-2 pitch off speed, and Yonder Alonso swings and misses. So big strikeout for Tehran as Alonso unable to move the runner up.
Batting sixth, third baseman, number 25, Ryan.
Let's get moving at 84. Not going to be able to pull it anyway. Could have been a base hit to left field, which would accomplish the same thing.
So here's Healy, 276, 19 home runs, 51 RBIs. Healy also has 18 doubles. Outside corner strike. Ryan Healy leads the Athletics in hits. He's got 86 hits. Jed Lowry is second with 82. A little bit low, 1-1.
More and more you see with Ryan Healy in his upright stance. And as the pitcher is getting ready to deliver, then we've seen him fall across the plate. I think it's because the way he stands at the plate and the pitch is outside. And it's all about timing for him, getting the leg up, but being upright like that and the pitch away, watch what happens.
And that one is lined to right field, just foul.
Well, it's always nice to be young and able to take a lot of bumps and bruises and come back the next day. This one fouled off his lower body, off his left foot. He went down, stayed in the game. And then how about this one? Puts his glove down with a hard slide. He gets it. Well, it looked like his wrist kind of wrenched a little bit. But in the game today. See, Tehran threw the pitch up, and when he almost hit a double down the right field line, that's a perfect pitch for Healy. You make a mistake in, drops the head of the bat, and it's away and up. He'll take it to the opposite field.
Stays away to even the count at 2-2. Bruce Maxwell in the on-deck circle. Braves scored 2 in the top half of this inning. Swanson on the backhand, throws, and a nice play by Dansby Swanson. He's pretty smooth.
Yes, he is. He's got a
Batting in the seventh position,
pretty good infield coach working with him in Ron Washington.
Maxwell.
Slider was away, and Ryan Healy pulled it. Nice play by Swanson, but
Watch Healy, he come up lame a little bit.
Almost stepped on the bat. Now it's his back, lower back.
Oh, keep an eye on that. See if Ryan Healy stays out there. So he reached for like the lower left side of his back. Maxwell takes a strike. 1-1 the count.
Got to stretch it out. Bob Melvin down to check him out also. Important thing for these players, all of them, that if they feel something that's going to be more serious, they have to be able to say, hey, I'm hurting. I don't want to extend myself because I might hurt it more. It's hard to get Ryan Healy out, although Barreto started to get loose.
So 1-2 to Maxwell, and it's in the dirt, blocked nicely by Kurt Suzuki.
One thing Kurt Suzuki throughout his career has been able to do is this. Turns the glove, blocks the ball, takes it off his left arm when he had it tucked in. Very good receiver.
Ryan Healy's not a guy who's going to want to come out, that's for sure. We got to know him well enough.
Yeah.
A little bit inside. Tehran thought maybe it was strike 3.
You know, if that's the oblique area which they're talking about. And Tehran, the ball came back, but not quite enough. He was heading to the dugout. Nice strikeout, and oops, a little hop, skip, and jump, and let's turn around and get the ball back.
So full count. Brugman would be next. Chris Davis led off the inning with a walk. We'll see if Barreto enters into the game.
Or does he go to short and Rosie to third? Rosie started the game.
Hustling over Camargo, and Camargo looks like he had trouble finding it. So a break for Maxwell.
Welcome to the sun at the Coliseum. The foul territory and the sun combined. He's got his glove, he's got the sunglasses on, and he has no idea where the ball is. Especially when he took his glove down at that point, he had no clue. Everything looked good to there, and then you try to find it. Foul territory, you don't have to worry about it, but boy, if the ball's in play, you've got to run hard because of something like that can happen.
So another 3-2 to Maxwell. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. Third strikeout for Bruce Maxwell, and the A's do not score. 2-0 Braves as we go to the third.
Brought to you by Max Muscle Sports Nutrition Petaluma. NPC athlete Lori Mathis is there to help you get in shape this summer.
So 2-0, the Braves lead. As expected, Ryan Healy has come out of the game. Adam Rosales comes in.
Inning
He's
out
at
of the top
third.
of the third, number 22.
I
Nick
take that back.
Markakis.
Stand corrected. Rosales moves over to third. Franklin Barreto comes in the game. So Rosie at third, Barreto at short. Healy is out. Well, this is Healy showing Chad Pinder where they're roommates.
Yeah.
Right there. Ow, ow. Lowry juggles, picks it up, and decides to hold on to it. Markakis is aboard. Lowry moving to his left. He got a pretty good glove on it. See what the ruling is.
Oh, hit pretty hard, and he did get to it without leaving his feet. But as he reached down, hit him like he closed his glove a little quickly. Closed it there. Let's see. No, hit him up on the thumb area. And, geez, an error.
And even though Lowry, I mean, he ranged quite a ways to his left, I think that probably is an error. Would you agree?
Well, because if he catches the ball in the glove,
it,
yeah. If you catch in your glove, and you know it's going to be an out, and you know when you reach for it, sometimes it's not going in the direction that you hope. Jed went forever without making an error, and the first one occurred when he's in the shift, and the ball hit the lip of the grass.
The fourth error for Lowry now on the season. Well, the A's had to play through some poor defense yesterday, and they just couldn't do it. It ended up costing them. So that error is Barreto. What a play. And that is a double play. Beautifully done by the A's. Started by Franklin Barreto. That was a smash. Kind of a high backhand play, and Barreto handled it.
Well, he had to go to his backhand, put the glove up very quickly with a hard hit ball, and then Taylor made after he caught the ball. And I think if Ron Washington could cheer, he would, because that is a great play that he just watched Barreto make. And Wash coaching third for the Braves. And watching this play, and you have to have some reflexes, quick hands. He starts it, and once he gets to the second base, it's an easy double play.
So 2 outs for Matt Adams.
I was thinking, Kat, that maybe Barreto could be the Marisnik. Whenever Springer had to come out of the game at the Coliseum, Marisnik had a 3-run home run. And
why not?
Of course, a great defensive player. And this, a tremendous play. That could have been a base hit, but still came up with it. And turns a very good 6-4-3 double play.
Into the shift. That's Lowry out in shallow right field. His throw in time. So the air does not hurt the Athletics. We're going to the bottom of the third. 2-0 Atlanta.
The greatest of all time, Rickey Henderson. Well, on July the 15th, the A's will honor Rickey in a memorable pregame ceremony. 20,000 Rickey Henderson Oakland jerseys driven by Chevrolet will be given away. Don't miss out on this special night versus the Indians. Tickets start at $15. Be a part of history at athletics.com/GOAT. That's GOAT for greatest of all time. Athletics.com/GOAT.
So maybe Jenga is not his best game, though. Ever played Jenga?
What is it?
It's that game they were playing right there with the building blocks.
Reading the pro.
It's pretty fun.
Oh gosh,
yeah,
no.
It's pretty fun.
No, I don't think I could Jenga.
You should play it with your grandson.
Oh, I'd get beat in the heart.
No, I don't think so. I think it would be fun.
Yeah.
Will you do that for me this off season?
Yeah.
And text me how it went.
Yeah. I'll send you a text and.
You guys will laugh.
Well, you know the thing that Matthew does with his grandmother, Nani, as he calls it, he just beats up on her in Monopoly. He said, Nani, I own you.
Pay up.
And
Jenga, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I have to work on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
Jenga?
fun.
G-I-N-G-A?
Yeah. You can't miss it.
Okay.
You can get it anywhere.
Do we have a...
It's fun. Each game lasts about 5 minutes, so they.
Oh really?
They go,
wow,
yeah,
that's good.
You could play for hours. When you lose, there's a big crashing sound, which little boys like.
Jenga.
Yeah. 2-2 to Brugman. Brugman, Rosales, and Joyce here in the third against Julio Teheran, the 26-year-old right-hander from Colombia. Good pitch there, and that is strikeout number 4 for Julio Teheran. When he is on, I'm telling you, he's really, really good.
Well, watch this ball go down. Takes something off, goes down, and at 87. As the great late Lon Simmons would say, the boys aren't two hitters today. I mean, they weren't hitters on Friday night either. Foltynewicz almost no-hit them. Yesterday afternoon, Chris Davis the big home run to tie it, but then gave it back up.
Interesting splits for Teheran on the road, 5-0 with a 2.89 ERA, but at the new ballpark in Atlanta, SunTrust Field, a 7.58 ERA.
Well, they say the ball carries there, so maybe that's part of it for him.
This is his 5th year in the big leagues. His records by year: 14-8, 14-13, 11-8, and 7-10. And he's gone over 200 innings in 2 of those 4 years, and got a chance to do it again this year. So he's pretty good. And you see his name pop up in trade rumors all the time. And one of the reasons is he's pretty good, and he has a contract that's through 2019 with a club option for 2020. And there's another strikeout. That's strikeout number 5. 2 outs.
19 home runs, 13 at his home park. How about that?
Well, I guess from what we've read, it is a bit of a hitter's park. I actually asked Kurt Suzuki about it. He said, you know what? He said, to right field, it's really short. He said, it almost plays like Yankee Stadium in right field, where it's just the fences aren't far, and guys, they think about going that way.
Sure. Well, you can change your swing as a right-hander, especially if it can go that direction. I knew something was wrong when Chip Carey said I could hit 10 there now, which is not good.
Well, that's the thing when you build a new ballpark. I mean, you can plan and you do plan, but you don't know how it's going to play.
That's right. And
you don't know until they start playing games there.
And once they start, then all of a sudden you got left-handed hitters. I mean, why would you? Why would you do anything with the right hand? That's the Yankees said. We don't want right-handed hitters because of the short porch in right field. We want left-handers. Although Aaron Judge changed all that.
This one is popped up foul. And once, obviously, a ballpark is built, you really can't change a lot. I mean, I guess if you bring the fences in, but I don't know that you really want to do that if you build a ballpark and you have it the way you want it. You just have to sit and wait and see how it all plays.
Did they do that at Citi Field? Did they bring the fences in?
They did, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Right.
Yeah, because when we were there, and I think since then they brought them in. Already.
Pop foul back. But, you know, I guess what I'm saying is just structurally you have to be able to do it. And
right,
in Safeco, yeah, they brought the fences in. And for the most part, you can do that in most ballparks. But if the grandstands come right up to the wall, well, then it would be hard to move the fences back. Safeco, of course, they moved them in. And as Ray said, Citi Field, they moved them in.
Well, and as the A's go forward, as Dave Campbell, the president, said he'd name a site this year, but that's some of the considerations, some of them, that they will go forward. And, you know, what kind of team are you going to have? And I think the A's are in the process of trying to determine some of the young players going into a new stadium and, you know, what are their strengths, and let's build a stadium to their strengths and continue along that path with future signings.
3-2 pitch is low. And Matt Joyce with the 2-out walk.
Well, it looked like their cap is a case of I'd rather throw you a slider 3-2 and walk you instead of throwing you a fastball and let you hit a home run. And maybe the numbers that he's given up home run wise contributed to that call by Kurt Suzuki. A slider that was out of the strike zone.
So here's Olson, who had a shot to left field that Danny Santana grabbed in the first inning. Kurt Suzuki setting up inside, and the ball is inside. He's still looking for their first hit. They've had a couple of base runners. I don't like saying that. He's still looking for their first hit.
How much did you say Friday night?
Too much. So 1-1 the count to Olson. So 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. Julio Teheran, and that's one of the reasons why he's thrown a lot of pitches. He's already at 53. Strike on the outside corner, 1-2. .24 balls, 30 strikes. Not a great ratio,
but a lot of pitches, like you said. And of course, the Braves have done well with their starters so far in this series.
High fastball, swing and a miss. So a walk and 3 strikeouts for Teheran in the 3rd inning. He's got 6 Ks in the game. 2-0 Braves. Suzuki, 2 stints with the Athletics in his career. Of course, he broke into the big leagues with the A's in 2007, was traded in 2012, and then, remember, he came back to the A's briefly in 2013. When it was all said and done, he played 716 games with the Athletics, hit 59 home runs. Also with the Nationals, the Twins, and now the Braves. And as we said earlier, all-around good guy.
That's right. Except when he hits 0-2 fastballs for home runs.
I know. What's he doing? But you talked about how when Kurt got here, and he joined the team, and at that point, I mean, Kurt was a big prospect for the A's, and A's obviously felt he was ready. But Jason Kendall was the catcher. Jason Kendall, we love the guy, but he did not want Kurt Suzuki around. And we don't say that in a mean way, but Kendall's like, I'm the catcher. I got
exactly.
this.
Well, and
you understand Kendall's point of view.
Absolutely. And they wanted, the A's wanted Kendall to mentor Suzuki. He said, I can still play.
That's right.
I'm not going to. And he said, get me out. And they ended up trading him. And, you know, it's if the player feels that way, then you have to accommodate. And they did.
Well, and in fairness to Jason Kendall, he's not the only veteran who would say, you know, I'm not into mentoring. Well, I could still play.
That's the
latter
part of that statement, because Stephen Vogt was good about helping, but Stephen Vogt felt he could still play, and that's why when he was DFA'd and signed with Milwaukee, he's proven that. But the thing is, if you make changes, and the A's wanted to go young with Kurt Suzuki and just like to do with Bruce Maxwell, then Jason said, I'm not finished playing. I mean, I don't want to be a coach right now. He's doing a great job as a coach for the Royals now, but a couple of shoulder surgeries and he had to depart. But at that time in 07, he thought he could still play.
And he still could.
And there's nothing wrong with him wanting to go on to someplace else so he could play. And he went to the Cubs.
0-1 to Danny Santana, who walked, stole a base, scored a run. And Danny Santana has been a thorn in the A's side.
Whoa.
The same guy.
Same guy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Was that 2 foul balls caught on 2 pitches?
That's right. Back-to-back pitches. Yeah. Wow.
The first one was a rebound that came off the back wall, I believe, and he made a terrific play. This one was right to him. Watch the first one. This is a heck of a play, but it's on the rebound.
Oh, hang on.
So he said, yeah, I'm the man. And then this one. He just sat down. He's got the other ball in his throwing.
Wow.
That is beautiful. So Santana strikes out.
Now
I was thinking about when we were in Baltimore, the old Memorial Stadium, Rex Barney, the Rookie of the Year, the PA announcer, he would have said back-to-back, give that fan a contract. Anytime somebody made a play, you could hear him bellow over the PA system, give that fan a contract. Well, that young man would have got it twice. Those are great plays. I hope he shared the baseballs.
No, that gentleman has been in that area for a while. We've seen him before. And our guess is he's not giving up those baseballs. Right? No, he is. No.
So Chang's he's on the ground crew now, right?
Yeah, he can't catch foul balls anymore. He's got to rake the dirt.
Well, see, some guys rake and hit home runs. Chang gets the rake to actually rake the ground.
Hey, Chang, you can really rake.
Yeah. Tell you what, Claywood's son has been enjoying this weekend because he's had Wash hitting ground balls to him, working with
Doesn't get any better than that. Camargo fouls it, and it got a pretty good chunk of Maxwell. We've seen Bruce Maxwell get hit quite a bit, and that's always scary. Now, it may not have been in the mask. Let's see. Well, it did. He got a double hit.
Yeah.
See where the first contact was made.
Right off the top of his glove. Knee, shoulder, face. Wow. Which hurts the most?
So you want to be a catcher?
Why not? You get hits like that, you're going to give a lot of kids a chance to come to the big leagues. But that does happen. I mean, that's That's why your pain threshold on a 10 scale is about 9.5 towards 10, because you have to endure the pain. Then they expect you to go up and hit when you put the bat in your hand next time you come up.
So 2-2 pitch. Just missed to Johan Camargo. We think this may have been a strike.
Well, I just think out of courtesy, after you catch it, just took a ball off 3 parts of his body, it'd be an automatic. There it is.
In the dirt, Camargo swings and misses. He can't believe it. Side retired. So a very good inning for Sean Manaea. 3 up, 3 down with a pair of strikeouts. Johnson bring you the happy hour. It's also available to listen live and as a podcast at NBCSportsBayArea.com. So it's 2-0. The Braves lead the A's, bottom of the 4th inning. You see the 4th of July celebration with both teams wearing the holiday hats. See, 4th of July, I guess best case scenario would be to have it on a Monday.
Oh.
But if you have it on Tuesday, then that makes tomorrow like just kind of, you're going to go to work tomorrow? I mean, you and I are going to go to work tomorrow.
But I agree with you, because you can take Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Think of a big old 4-day.
That's right.
And if it's on Monday, you can take Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
All in all, it's you just don't want to have the 4th of July like on a Wednesday.
Right. And unfortunately, every year it changes to get to that point. And it's probably next year, Tuesday this year, or next year, Wednesday.
Pretty sure that it will not be on Tuesday next year.
Kind of the way it goes.
So 1-2 the count to Lowry. Davis to follow, and then Alonso here in the 4th. Julio Teheran has been good. 6 strikeouts in the first 3 innings.
And he's used all of his pitches to accumulate the 6 strikeouts. Good fastball up in the zone. Change-ups out of the strike zone down.
Well, as I look at Teheran's starts this year, he has struck out 6 twice before today.
Wow.
He looks like a guy who would strike out more.
Right, 6 already in the 3 innings.
Of course, he's done it here today, and that's kind of basing our theories off what we're seeing today. But just looking at his numbers, he's really not a high strikeout pitcher. Two and two the count to Lowry, who struck out in the first inning. just got a piece of it. Maybe a little piece of Kurt Suzuki.
Well, it's in the left hand. Watch the glove hand. Puts it on the back and then wrenches a little bit. Takes his glove off. So Maxwell, he's gotten beaten up today, and now Kurt Suzuki.
There's a shot off Tehran, and it goes right to Phillips. Phillips flips to first, and he's out. And Tehran now just getting up. Well, let's hope he's okay, and he says he is.
This is so scary when this happens. You could hear flesh.
He may have got his. I think he tried to get his glove up.
Yeah, he got something sound. Let's see what we can see in the follow through. Oh wow, got his glove right in front of his face. He stayed down because his heart was so far from where it's supposed to be that he finally realized, I'm okay.
It looked like he got his glove up
just in time.
Maybe in front of his face.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the follow through, get the glove up right there, and it still almost got him.
Wow. If there's such thing as a pretty good play on a play like that,
exactly.
He just made it. Center field, Inciarte looking up into the bright sunshine. And he's got it for the second out. Let's go downstairs to Angela.
Well, fans can help make one of 5 Oakland A's the king of the clubhouse when they purchase tickets on July 15th on the game versus the Indians. The A's will donate 50% of every ticket back to the charity, and the A's Community Fund will also award a donation to the winning player's charity of choice as well. I spoke to Liam Hendricks about his charity of choice, Players for Pits, and he actually got to meet some of the rescue dogs, and he said he was encouraged by how much affection these pits showed while considering everything that they've gone through. Sean Doolittle, Ryan Healy, Josh Fagley, and Adam Rosales are all competing. So get your tickets now at athletics.com/king and use your favorite player's coupon code. Guys, back up to you.
All right, thanks, Angela. That's a nice job. Good idea by the Athletics and some of the players. So with 2 outs, here's Yonder Alonso. Alonso struck out swinging in the second inning. Left field, foul territory, and count is 1-2. Yonder Alonso will get a new bat.
Yep. Whoever is on the A's representing the A's for the All-Star game, it'll be in Miami. That's a National League park, so it'll be American League uniforms, or at least road uniforms for the American League. That will be decided what tonight. Was it 6 local or 6 Eastern? Tonight is the day where
Markakis will play it on a hop. So Alonso has the first hit of the game for the Athletics. It's a 2-out single.
something he was trying to do his first at bat. They stayed away. This time the ball in, pulls his hands in nicely at 96. Did not get a pitch inside to do that with Chris Davis at second and nobody out. This time he gets the fastball, and with, I mean, that's good hitting. When you have the third baseman playing that close to the right fielder, it drops in between them.
So see if the A's can get something going with 2 outs. Here's Barreto. Barreto hits one in the air, left center field. Fairly deep, but playable. Step from the warning track as Danny Santana side retired. So a hit and a runner left, and we're headed to the 5th. Braves 2, A's nothing. Atlanta Braves leading the Athletics 2-0. Going to be Swanson, Inciarte, and Phillips 9-1-2 against Sean Manaea, who had tough second inning, but he's retired 5 in a row now. And the first pitch is a little bit outside to Dansby Swanson, who struck out in the second.
Almost like it took a couple of innings for Sean Manaea to get on track, and sometimes coming out of the bullpen you may not feel great. Had a couple of guys on base the first inning, got out of it, then 2 runs in the second.
Toward Olsen in right. He drifts back and he makes the catch. That's out number 1 here in the 5th. Ray, sounds like good news on Marcus Semien.
Good.
Marcus Semien played 9 innings of shortstop last night for AAA Nashville. So he's been on his rehab assignment for a little while now. And if all goes well, there's a real good possibility that he could join the A's in Seattle. Now, none of that's official, but he's progressing nicely to the point where, you know, maybe a couple more games on his rehab assignment, and then the A's are, it's possible he could be back with the A's before the All-Star break. And obviously this week the A's play the White Sox Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then at Seattle Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it'd be great to get Marcus back.
Just trying to think, there's 20 games that you can play as a position player. He left when the A's went to Chicago and Houston. So I think you're looking at 6 to 7 there. Then this, I think one of the problems for him might be the All-Star break, because once he's activated, he's going to get 4 days off. So I guess that's a consideration if timing works out, that he could stay on his rehab and play through those 4 days in the All-Star break. So remains to be seen, but if he's ready, it's going to be hard for him to not come back.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. If he says, hey, it's Wednesday and I'm ready, well, if you don't bring him back then in Seattle, well, then, like you're saying, it's another 8 days.
Right.
So we'll see, but it is possible Marcus could be back next weekend.
Well, it's something the A's can do as well, because as they play in Seattle, and I think back to when the A's went to Pittsburgh, what, 3 or 4 years ago, when Sonny Gray came up for 2 relief appearances, 1 in Pittsburgh, 1 in Anaheim. Dan Strader was sent out because he was not going to be eligible or really available to pitch for the remainder of the weekend, plus the All-Star break. So the clubs can do that with certain players who have options.
Move made today by the Athletics. Jesse Hahn was optioned back to AAA. Zach Neal was called up. So Zach Neal is out in the bullpen for the A's. Jesse Hahn just needs to avoid the Houston Astros.
Yeah, he just struggled against those teams. And really what Paul Blackburn did yesterday perhaps impressed the A's enough. 6 innings of really with 1 unearned run. And consider the induction or the introduction he got from Dick Callahan. It's still able to pitch as well as he did. That was impressive. Local man grew up in Antioch, lives in Brentwood, and making his major league debut. Sounded like he had a whole bunch of fans cheering for him as he went to the bullpen, but he did great. Just 6 innings, 1 unearned run. Got a no decision in his major league debut. Quite impressive for the young man.
Strike 3 call right on the outside corner. Inciarte turns back around and chats with Stu Shearwater.
This was yesterday with Blackburn. Of course, wearing the Alton jerseys. A whole bunch of people said 300 to 400 maybe showed up, and did a great job. Thought his comment about facing players that he grew up watching. We always hear that, and that means you're young. Whenever a player says that. But he did a great job, and his family and friends all appreciated his great effort.
A little more relaxing for that group today. That's his mom and dad, sister in the middle.
Hey, if you're that close, you're driving distance, and you're here, you might as well go. And
what else are you going to do on Sunday?
Yeah. I thought yesterday the A's, congratulations to the A's that had made his major league debut here, saved his parents and friends a lot of money. Because if he'd gone on the road, they'd have to buy those planes and plane tickets last minute. Because that's a problem. It's not like we know a month in advance we can get a good deal on an airplane.
That's right.
It's, hey, we're going to come up tomorrow. get on a plane full fare.
Phillips fouls it straight back, and the count is 0-2. One other note, Jarrell Cotton is scheduled to pitch tomorrow.
That's great.
So that's good news. The blister, which has set him back a little bit anyways, but he's feeling fine with that blister, and he's going to go tomorrow.
He was scheduled for last Thursday in Houston. The ball hit him on the foot. Scheduled for Thursday, then TBA yesterday, and so not put on the disabled list, so he can pitch when ready, and sounds like he's ready.
And you know what, Ray? There's the ball hitting Phillips in the left foot. So it'll be good to get Jarrell Cotton back out there. And tomorrow should be fun. It's a 6:05 first pitch, fireworks after the game.
That's right.
And a huge crowd is expected. There are still tickets available, but it's going to be a great atmosphere tomorrow. So come on out. Again, a 6:05 first pitch.
That's a great point, Kev, because the last fireworks that they had, I remember we were sitting here looking up. There's the rookie recovering. See his season. We'll see him firsthand tomorrow night. Of course, he was scheduled to start Thursday, yesterday, and we'll go tomorrow. So it's good with a blister. We saw what happened with Rich Hill, that you just take your time. But the upper deck here with the tarps down, Steve Finelli was telling me that the capacity now is close to 48,000 with the upper deck open. And so tickets, I mean, those are great seats to come. You don't have to leave for fireworks, because fireworks are shot behind center field. So you can sit in those seats, get a good price, as they are. That is a great seat for fireworks, because you can just sit up there and not have to move, don't have to go down on the field.
Well, we've seen, as the season has gone on, we've seen more people in the upper deck. But tomorrow night, we will see a whole bunch of people up there. So should be a fun night. Come on out. Good ball game with Cotton pitching, and then you have the fireworks after.
But if you can come out on a Monday night, enjoy a baseball game and fireworks, and then have the 4th of July to do what you want to do.
Parade the next day.
Absolutely. Do you ever see the clappers in Danville? I think they're called the clappers, where they march with the guns.
Well, no, but I know Danville's parade is terrific.
I think the clappers they're called. They finish it out, and they've got they blast them, man. I mean, they're no shells, obviously, but just the sound as they're parading down, man. But Danville is a great parade right down the main street. Danville, it's a lot of fun.
2-2 the count to Nick Markakis. Phillips bluffs going. The ball goes right through Maxwell. Comes right back to him. They throw it down. They got him.
Phillips thought he had it easy.
So the ball went right through Maxwell, but it bounced right back to him. He picked it up, turned around, and threw out Phillips. Phillips trying to go to second base. Watch the ball run bounce right back. And Maxwell grabbed it and spun around, and that's the play that they're looking at. He was called out, and it's very close.
Now Barrett's taking the throw way in front of the bag, and then had to reach back, and Phillips saw that and went to the outside part of the bag. And
that's the question there is, when did Barrett's glove touch Phillips, kind of his side?
Do you know what happened, Cap? I think initially Phillips was not running hard, just assumed the ball got by him and didn't anticipate the ball coming back to Maxwell, who has a very strong arm, and then had to hurry. But, you know, there's one of the cases, and I still strongly believe that if middle infielder, well, we're going to get the decision.
And he's out.
Beautiful.
So close play, call stands, and we're going to step aside again. Bottom of the fifth coming up. It'll be Maxwell to lead it off. 2-0 Atlanta. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Carlos Correa, remember he got off to that slow start. Those days are over. He's got an 11-game hitting streak. He's going to be the starting shortstop in the All-Star game. Jason Vargas, how about that as a trade candidate? Or is he?
That's
the
right.
Royals are in
That's
it.
right.
Maybe they'll hold on to him. Then, of course, the All-Star game starters in reserve will be announced today at 4 o'clock. So we'll find out who makes it for the Athletics. Will they get one in? Will they get a couple in? We'll find out. Like Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, George Springer were certainly like they were all going to be starters. They had very large leads in the vote count. Maxwell on an off-speed pitch. Swanson gets back there to make the catch. So that's one out here in the bottom of the fifth.
Yeah, when you're leading as much as they were as of when we were there at the beginning of the week, I'd say there's a pretty good chance they're going to hang on.
And the good news is they all three deserve to start.
Absolutely, yeah. That's important because there are some that are selected and you wonder why.
And the Astros, they deserve all the recognition they're getting. They, of course, have the best record in the big leagues.
I haven't seen or didn't see the attendances this week with the Yankees.
Yeah, we're going to get it for you.
Good. Hope it's good.
BI is counting the tickets right now. But they put it this way.
SRO?
We know the crowds were huge. Shouldn't be surprised by that.
Yeah. You start looking at potential playoff contenders, you know, when the Yankees are playing, because Aaron Judge is drawing a lot of attention every place he goes.
This one's drilled towards center. Inciarte gets back. He's a good outfielder and grabs that one. So 2 away here in the bottom of the fifth inning.
Did Judge accept the invitation? I haven't seen. I know that saw that Bellinger said he would go if his father could pitch to him.
Oh, we can make that happen. I don't know that. I think Stanton is the only one who has really officially said yes. Well, Bellinger would be fun to watch.
Yeah, he's been invited. I think he said only. Of course, his father played for the Yankees, so he wants to be able to have his father pitch to him in the All-Star, which I don't think that's going to be an issue.
I think, oh, we've seen that before,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, several have done it that way.
Salas swings and misses.
I see Bobby Abreu, I mean, stands out in Detroit. His father stood him. Heck, he was off the charts, and there have been others. You can bring in high school coaches. Cespedes brought Mike Gallego.
Rosales struck out in the 3rd inning. High fastball. Lots of movement and another good inning for Julio Teheran. He strikes out a season high 7. 2-0 Atlanta.
Mobile app for live Oakland A's baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get A's home screen icons, app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, statcast, news, and more. Download MLB.com@bat today, right now.
6th inning. Sean Manaea back to work. First pitch is grounded to Barreto. And Markakis is retired. Well, of course, the greatest Brave of all time. We know who that is. It's the Hammer. Hank Aaron.
The wrister.
His career started with the Milwaukee Braves and ended with the Milwaukee Brewers, but in between, some great moments in Atlanta Braves history.
How about Tom House? Catch it, Thomas.
And of course, whatever happened to these two guys?
Oh, they showed up when they reenacted it, reunion, I guess. I don't think they could get on the field today, though.
I don't think so. There it is, the breakdown. It's 1957. That's when the Milwaukee Braves won it all. Postseason numbers, terrific. 755 home runs.
Yeah.
I think it's funny that, I mean, I think of all the records in sports, whether it be, Rosales, nice play, regains his balance and throws out Kim. With all due respect to football and basketball, I think baseball is more of a numbers game than other sports.
Absolutely. You remember
and I think the greatest record of all time is probably home runs hit.
That's right. Can't touch this.
Oh, that's great.
It's
3
great.
Grammy Awards. But he doesn't have the World Series title.
No, he doesn't. Too legit to quit. We'll hear it in the bottom of the 8th, regardless.
But you always knew. You knew Babe Ruth's home run total number.
That's right.
And you knew Hank Aaron's total.
That's right.
And now, of course, Barry Bonds has the number. But I think that the Aaron and the Ruth, the 2 numbers stood for so long.
Sure.
You just knew those numbers automatically. And if you think of other sports, is there a all-time? I mean,
not even.
Who's the NBA's all-time leading scorer?
No
Or how
idea.
many points? You don't know.
No. Football, hockey. I mean, I
home
agree.
runs.
I agree.
It's just there, and I think it's probably maybe the greatest record.
Yeah.
Maybe just because baseball is such a long history.
Well, someone said baseball is there's a past, there's a present, and a future. And you think about it, and because of that one sport, you can say that about baseball. The others, it's hard to do that.
And Manaea has another good inning. So Sean Manaea is settling in nicely, but the A's need to get that offense going. They need Hank Aaron in their lineup.
They couldn't touch this. There's Hammer right there.
California is brought to you by Pete's Cold Brew. The true cold brew that's always cold, so it's always fresh. Pete's is coming in cold to a store near you.
Downtown Oakland looking good on a beautiful Sunday. A's trailing 2-0. It's the bottom of the 6th inning. Julio Teheran back to work.
Can you find a stadium place there?
Sure.
Still waiting. Still waiting for where they're going to announce it.
So top of the order for the Athletics, Joyce, Olsen, and Lowry. So just the 5th time that these 2 teams have ever played. A's and the Braves, 5th series. Joyce with a line out and a walk. And he goes after the first pitch and pops it up. So Santana grabs it. How about the Braves teams, though, in the 90s? They were led by Greg Maddux, of course, terrific pitching staff. That's the group that had the 14 straight division titles from 1991 to 2005. I mean, they just ground you down, man. Good pitching, just enough hitting.
See, his catcher's coaching first base.
That's
Eddie
right.
Perez.
Eddie Perez.
Yeah. 351.
Chipper Jones came
Chipper.
after Terry Pendleton.
Yeah.
So it was Maddux, Glavine, and Smoltz. That was a legitimate big 3.
That's right. We're all in Cooperstown. Glavine trying to buy the Marlins. He's in a group to try to buy the Marlins. And Remember when Greg Maddux, Terry Pendleton, third base coach, Eddie Perez at our bench coach, I'm sorry. Then at first is Perez.
Yeah, they had those three pitchers, and everything just revolved around them. I mean, they would make some changes in their position players each year, but
and they were all scratch golfers.
yeah, that's right.
All three of them.
1-2 now to Matt Olson.
I remember when last year, and Kendall Graveman had a chance to visit, talk to Greg Maddux, called him the GOAT, just as we're talking, referencing Rickey Henderson, greatest of all time. And Kendall went out through a 98-pitch shutout against the White Sox. Greg Maddux is a nice type of pitcher to emulate if you can do it.
Aaron gets another strikeout. That's 8 now as he gets Olson for the second time.
See, these guys pitch whenever you could throw a foot outside and get the call. The umpires, the farther you went out, they didn't have the Quest Tech and all the other stuff going on. And you could pitch inside just far enough, but pitch outside mostly, especially for Tom Glavine. Smokes, of course, one of the greatest as a starter, then went to the bullpen, back to the rotation. See, and Dennis Eckersley, probably the two most notable to pitch both of the rotation and the bullpen.
Smoltz was just nasty. A great slider. He didn't close for very long, but he was good when he did.
Yeah. Well, we were in Atlanta, as we mentioned, with Brian McCann, who's now at Houston, caught his first major league game, and talked to Bobby Cox. He said, "I want the kid behind the plate when I pitch," and he was there. I think Maddux pretty much said, you know, a catcher's going to catch 4 days. Let him have a 5th day. I'll take the other catcher. And he always had somebody other than the everyday catcher. But Perez did a great job with him.
See if one of the Braves has a play. Camargo does, and he dropped it to a basket catch right in front of the A's dugout, where he's not going to get any help. He could not come up with it.
Man, I'm glad Jim Young, the official score, is doing a no play. You have to run this far with so much foul territory. Your head's moving. You're trying to get close. No help near the A's dugout. He jumps in finally after he drops the ball. You know, that's kind of standard. If you go to the visiting other than your own dugout, you're not going to get any help.
So 1-2 to Lowry, who has struck out and hit a shot back to Tehran, who got a glove on it and ended up grounding out. That one, soft line drive into the glove of Matt Adams, and that's a 3-up, 3-down inning. 7 in a row retired by Julio Tehran. 2-0 Braves. California broadcast on your desktop or mobile device. A's games streamed on the go on the NBC Sports app. Top of the 7th. 2-0. The Braves lead the A's. A's trying to avoid being swept, but they just have not been able to get much offense going. Sweet outfit there. The hat, the tie.
Tank top.
Number 24, Kurt Suzuki.
So here's Kurt Suzuki.
You know, I think it was Kurt Suzuki might have shocked the world. Gets an 0-2 fastball, hits a home run. All of a sudden, Manaea gives up 2. And he hasn't given up anything since. Just similar to what Sonny Gray did Friday. Gave up a run early, retired the last 15 that he faced. 15 ground ball outs, and Manaea doing about the same.
So Manaea now at 88 pitches. Suzuki with that home run in the 2nd and a ground out in the 4th. Had a good swing at this one, and maybe no, just below us. Almost came in our booth. We get a couple up here a year. That's about it.
Well, this started that fastball really off the plate, outside, yet able to be handled nicely by Kurt Suzuki. Pulled it, which is surprising.
One pitch, again grounded to the right side. Easy play for Lowry, and that's the first out here in the 7th inning. And let's check in with Angela.
Well, keep the holiday weekend fun going and join the Athletics tomorrow on an earlier start time, 6 p.m. for the game against the White Sox, and stay for an epic fireworks show after, presented by MLB The Show, only on PlayStation. One lucky fan will also take on an A's player on MLB The Show on the stadium video boards as well, so that will be pretty cool to watch. You can watch the show from your seats or go to the outfield grass right after the game, so get your tickets now. Guys, back up to you.
All right, again, we're looking forward to tomorrow. Place should be jumping. So 1-0 the count to Danny Santana. Straightaway defense for the switch hitting Santana. So the Astros beat the Yankees today 8-1. So the Astros win 2 out of 3 at home against the Yankees. Gonzalez and Gurriel homered. Correa had 4 hits. And you wanted to know the attendance? Well, today, Ray, it was a sellout. Wow. 41,761.
Great
was the attendance today in Houston. And the second note on that, yesterday, the attendance was 41,010. So back-to-back sellouts in Houston at Minute Maid Park.
They should be doing.
That is great.
Be selling out.
So we were just there, and you know what? The city of Houston's into the Astros, and they should be.
I'm trying to think. There probably aren't a lot of Yankees fans in Houston, so
probably not.
So there are a lot of Astro fans because they come here, and that's what it looks like. 14-game lead as we're approaching the All-Star break. 29 games over 500. Unbelievable.
And that one missed somewhere. Maxwell wants to know where it was. So he kind of turns around and asks Stu Shearwater.
Well, the inside's been tough to get the strikes, and even though that caught it, it's a strike, absolutely. And it's not too high, it's not too far inside. And I guarantee you, as we have found out, he will be graded, Mr. Shearwater Wolf, very highly in this game today. There's so much latitude in their strike zones. I don't think it's hard for anybody to get rated less than 95, 98%.
Well, if that's the case, then those grades don't mean much.
They don't, exactly.
So with a runner aboard, here's Yohan Camargo. Big lead for Santana. So action for the first time in the A's bullpen as Coulombe starts to throw. Santana runs. The ball's bounced over the mound. Barreto right there, touches the bag, throws to first, double play. So the A's catch a break. The ball was bounced right to Barreto, who was going over to cover the bag. He stepped on second and threw to first.
For our annual Bark at the Park event is presented by Avoderm Natural and Nalabone. There will be free samples for dogs, a pregame pet parade, and so much more. Purchase your special ticket for this event right now. Space is limited, so act quickly. For information and tickets, visit athletics.com/bark. To register today, that would be the 14th, one day at the end of the All-Star break, beginning of the second half of the season. Friday night against the Tribe, and they will be in Kipe to play the A's on the weekend and the Giants.
That's right.
And were they not going to Miami as the All-Star manager and coaching staff? They'd have a long time in the Bay Area.
Well, the Brave starters have been good in this series. Of course, Fultonevich took the no-hitter into the 9th inning on Friday. Dickey was good yesterday. Julio Teheran has been really good today. 8 strikeouts in 6 innings. So the A's just have not been able to get much offense going in this series. 4 runs and 11 hits so far in the series, and that one's hit in the air, deep center. Inciarte's back, and it's gone. So home run number 23 for Chris Davis.
Strongest man I've ever seen. And you can watch Inciarte, the center fielder, going back to, I got it, it's gone. Fastball up and away. Comes back in towards the middle of the plate and gone. So strong with so little stride. Crushed it, and Inciarte just ran out of room. He might have been fighting the wind on that one.
So now 2-1. Most home runs in the majors since 2016. Chris Davis has 6 more than anybody else. 42 last year, 23 this year. So he's actually ahead of his 42 homer pace from last year.
Just unbelievable power. The strength is just off the charts.
That's Phillips who scoops up the ground ball from Yonder Alonso for the first out here in the 7th. So Julio Teheran, home runs per 9 innings by season. So the first 4 years, that's not bad. But this year, a whole different story. So that was the 20th home run that he has allowed this year in 96 innings. So that is a very, very high amount. So here's Barreto for his second at bat. Back spasms for Ryan Healy. So that is why Healy's out of the game. Barreto is in. A little pop up. Phillips shading his eyes, and he missed it. He just never saw it. And you could tell he just was trying to stay with it and hope it comes out of the sun, and it never did, and it dropped about 5 feet from him. So that's a break for the Athletics. It was just a very routine pop-up, but
he didn't wave his arms either until he just put his hands over his head. And you know, if he would have waved it, I don't see it. Adams might have been able to get to it, and
you have to let your teammates know that you can't see it.
And
Barreto's got to do a better job of running.
Yeah, because he's jogging to first, assuming, and you know, with the ball in the air, you think, yeah, be at second base,
especially in a 2-1 game.
Absolutely.
Barreto is very, very fast, and so here's Maxwell. Maxwell has struck out and popped to short. Maxwell reached for that one a little bit, fouled it straight back.
Chaminade has pitched great. A couple of double play ground balls. Lefty up in the bullpen for the Braves.
Ian Kroll.
Chaminade's done a great job by only allowing 2 runs. The Braves have not been able to add on to this point, and 7 solid innings for him following Sonny Gray's 8 on Friday. Yesterday afternoon, Blackburn went 6. It showed the success of the Braves starters, but the A's starters have done well.
Runner goes, and he's going to steal it. No throw. So now the A's have the tying run at second base with only 1 out.
Got a great jump against Iran and high leg kick, and that's why Kurt Suzuki came up ready to throw and did not. And it would have been really a chance to throw the ball in center field, so sometimes it's better not to throw, and he decided against it.
That one inside, and now it's 3-1. Brugman will be next. Seven pitches. Julio Teheran. And he missed outside, and the A's have another base runner here in the 7th.
Right here, they came up short, grabbed the number 2. It turned out to be back spasms. Let's hope that's all it is. Upset that he had to come out of the game.
So that is why Barreto's in the game. Get a meeting at the mound.
Took him 15, make it 18 seconds to get there.
Chuck Hernandez, he's running out of time.
He's got 12 seconds, and that's why the umpire, when his clock hits 10 seconds, he could have started to walk out. He could have met Hernandez at the mound.
Joe Davis is getting ready.
I mean, what are you doing, Mr. Showalter? I mean, you go out there, you got to end it. See, Chuck Hernandez is like Chris Bosio. Says, I have one pace. Regardless, I'm going to take it, and if it takes longer, too bad.
So here's Brugman. Brugman with a strikeout and a fly ball to center field.
Now the lefty warming up. This is a gutsy move because Brugman gets a chance to hit against the righty.
Brugman got a pitch to hit, fouled it back. Brugman 0 for 6 in the series. 2 for 16 with runners in scoring position for the A's.
And it's been an ongoing issue,
bit.
yeah, for the season. I mean, it's just one of those that's not been good.
Swing and a miss. That one with good movement away from Brugman. So the count 0-2.
Kev, I think one of the biggest things a young player has to learn, a young position player, is that you're not going to get the same pitches with nobody on base as you're going to get with runners in scoring position. It's just inevitable. That's what's going to happen. And you know, maybe at the minor league level you do that, you get certain pitches, but you can just see, I mean, how different it is. And this is why for these young players, position players, getting a chance to learn what it's like to hit in these situations. Chris Davis just pounds away. You make a mistake with him and he'll take you deep, which he's done yesterday and today.
Missed again. 2-2 to Brugman. And Rosales is the on-deck hitter. So 102 pitches for Teheran. His season high is 110. Good take by Brugman, and now it's 3-2. So Barredo's at second, Maxwell at first. There's Barredo with great speed. Maxwell, not great speed.
And he's got to get a lead off first if they are going to be running, which is questionable.
And they're not running, and the pitch is not close. And the bases are loaded with 1 out. So 2 walks in the inning, 4 walks in the game, and that's going to do it for Julio Teheran. So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts.
California is brought to you by the 2017 Jeep Cherokee with an EPA estimated 30 highway miles per gallon. By Southwest, yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. By Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. By AAA, what does your insurance do when it's not doing insurance? It should do more. Go to AAA.com for more details. And by the all-new 2017 Chrysler Pacifica.
So the A's got a great shot here. They've scored 1 thanks to the Chris Davis home run to make it 2-1. And now the bases are loaded. 1 out. Julio Teheran is out of the game. Jason Mott, hard-throwing right-hander, comes in to face Rosales. And the first pitch is outside. The numbers for Mott: 1-0, 1.80 ERA. So he's pitched well out of the bullpen for the Braves. Had some good years with the St. Louis Cardinals, but then arm trouble slowed him down. And now it's 2-0. Rosales, a 304 average with runners in scoring position. He's got a couple of them out there. Barreto, Maxwell, Brugman are the runners. 2-0 pitch is hit high in the air, shallow left center field. Inciarte sets up. He's got it, and they're going to let Barreto score, and this game is tied. So Rosales with a good at-bat, a sac fly.
So a ball lost in the sun puts Barreto on with 1 out. And it's a 1-batter appearance from Mott. Fastball center cut. Adam Rosales sounded great. Unfortunately, went straight up instead of straight out. There's a case too where the outfielder has to fight the sun. Tough to get behind the ball to make any sort of a throw, and Inciarte got the ball back in.
No. Not a win this afternoon for Teheran. He's not happy. Mott is out. Kroll is in. We'll be back.
Copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Oakland Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
So the A's have tied it here with a couple of runs in the bottom of the 7th. Now they're going to try to take the lead as Rajai Davis is going to hit for Matt Joyce. And the new pitcher for the Braves is left-hander Ian Kroll. First pitch grounded toward Matt Adams, the first baseman, broken bat. So 1 pitch, Kroll gets out of it, but the A's scored twice. The first run coming on home run number 23 by Chris Davis. The second one coming on the sacrifice fly from Adam Rosales. 2-2 game as we head to the 8th. It's 2-2, top of the 8th inning. So Davis in left, Brugman in center, Olsen in right now for the Athletics, and Sean Manaea stays out there as he faces Dansby Swanson, the 9th place hitter for the Braves.
Well, the key for him, the 98 pitches, and Sean Manaea has shown that he can pitch deep in the ball game, throw a lot of pitches, very strong as Ryan Matson continues to throw in the bullpen. Could be batter to batter for Sean Manaea. And I think the skipper Bob Melvin said just recently, as much as I can get a starter a winning decision, I'm going to give him an opportunity. And the A's tied it in the 7th. Pitch count okay for Manaea. And skipper sends him back out.
Swanson, a strikeout. A fly ball to right field. Good pitch. 1-2. Ciarte to follow, and then Phillips here in the 8th inning. Manaea with 6 strikeouts, a couple of walks. This one's popped up. Keep an eye on that sun. Barreto seems to see it okay, and he's got it. So 1 away here in the 8th.
Now batting, number 11.
White Sox beat the Rangers today in Chicago 6-5. So Chicago takes 2 out of 3 from Texas. The 2nd inning got Manaea as far as pitches go. He threw 23, and that's the inning that the Braves got their 2 runs.
The downfall for Tehran was 4 walks. He only gave up 3 hits. But too many pitches and too many walks. Especially the last inning, he walked a couple after the ball lost in the sun by Phillips.
Ciarte fouls it down to our left. 1-1 the count. Ciarte is 2 for 3, single, double, and he knocked in a run in the 2nd inning. Sean Manaea kicks and delivers, and that one's hit up the middle into center field for a base hit. So Ciarte has a 3-hit game, and that is 6 hits now for the Braves, and that brings Bob Melvin out of the dugout, looking down, and he's going to make the call. So Matson's coming in. Very nice performance by Sean Manaea. He will not get a win today, but he pitched very well. So Manaea with a nice ovation from this crowd of over 18,000 today here at the Coliseum. So when it's time for Change Things, Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. innings today. He'll watch the rest of this one. The Braves have a runner at first and 1 out. And Ryan Madson on the mound, and now he's going to face the 2-3, and the Braves hope 4-hitter in their lineup. Phillips. After Phillips, it's Markakis. Madson, appearance number 34. He pitched yesterday an inning in the third, through 20 pitches, gave up a run. Phillips, it's jammed, pops a foul back. Sean Doolittle has pitched in both games of this series. Yesterday it was Madson, Doolittle, and Casilla.
What was surprising was yesterday seeing Doolittle come back after Friday night. Normally he does not go back-to-back, so that's encouraging for him to be able to do that. I would think he's not available today, with Coulomb already getting up once today.
So Madson ahead of Phillips, 0-2. Watch the play.
Wow.
Backhander. It's a nice play. A little snow cone. It's okay.
That's right.
Catch is a catch.
I always like snow cones too.
Yeah, I know you do. Alonso has it. Fires to second. Back to first. Double play. The old 3-6-3 double play. Nicely done by the A's. Bottom of the 8th coming up. We're tied at 2.
Well, it's been a good one. The A's down 2-0 after the second inning, in which Kurt Suzuki hit a home run, and they scored another run. Julio Teheran was great. 6th and 3rd, 7th inning, the A's got to him after a couple of walks by him. Inciarte with an RBI double. Adam Rosales sac fly that tied the game after the solo home run by Chris Davis. Once again, his 23rd, gave the A's within 1 run. Sean Manaea, great outing. He leaves with a no decision thanks to the double play turn by the A's to end the inning.
So Olson, Matt Olson leading it off.
Well, here's the double play, and again, a nice play by Alonso, the backhand, a little fumbling of the ball over to second and back to first base. And where is Brandon Phillips? And Sean Manaea very happy with that, trying to figure out if Phillips hit on the foot something that caused him to not run that hard to first base, which is a little surprising.
I agree. 1-1 to Matt Olson. Lowry will be next, and then Davis against Ian Kroll. Kroll came in and got Rajai Davis on one pitch in the 7th inning. Ian Kroll spent the first 4 years as a professional baseball player with the Oakland A's organization. He was a 7th round pick in 2009 by the Athletics. And he was traded to the Washington Nationals. That one driven to left, and it's going to be over the head of Santana. Olson's trying for second. The throw is there, and he is out. Well, the ball came off the wall nicely to Danny Santana, and it was hit so hard.
Yeah. A great inside out swing, and it's almost slapped the ball like Ichiro Suzuki with that swing. But over the head, watch the ball come right back to Santana, and a strong throw to second base, perfectly thrown, and Phillips just put the ball on the bag in his glove, and there's not much you could do as a runner except be called out and head back to dugout. And a pitching change. That ball hit so hard, it's going to be a change again.
So with Lowry, the switch hitter, coming up, it'll be back to the bullpen for the Atlanta Braves when it's time for Change 6. Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, coming into pitch.
A special Rooted in Oakland backpack is presented by Ross. Just in time for school, 10,000 fans receive this gift before seeing the A's take on Cleveland Indians on Sunday, July the 16th, 1:05 p.m. Tickets for the game start at $15. Have a day of fun, safe, and affordable entertainment at the A's game. Visit athletics.com/tickets. That's athletics.com/tickets. The old backpack giveaway, that'd be perfect, man. Put all the goodies in the backpack and go to school. Say, I'm a Rooted in Oakland fan.
I'm out of school. I made it through, so.
Yeah, this was today. Did you see this?
Well, that's
pretty neat
nice.
today, huh? A little tote bag, MLB Network tote bag.
I like those.
Guy says, where's mine? BI's hoarding them.
So the new pitcher is Jose Ramirez. Ramirez yesterday, so he comes in to face Jed Lowry. Lowry's 0 for 3. Ramirez had a good inning yesterday. A couple of strikeouts, no hits. Nasty pitch there, and Lowry strikes out. 98 miles an hour down around the knees.
Right over the top and perfectly thrown. 98, easy 98 for Ramirez.
Number 2.
Sinking down and away from Jed Lowry. That's not fair to throw 98 and have movement. And that makes it difficult. But KD, man of the hour, do it again.
What he did in the 7th inning was blast another home run. This one to center field, his 23rd of the year, and it got the A's on the board. He's eventually tied the game in that 7th inning. 1-1 the count.
Well, the fly ball to center field as Inciarte thought, and just kept going. And kept going. And kept going. And the ball will stop him more times than not. So is that 20th home run he's given up this year?
Yep. Now 1-2. Another 98-mile-an-hour pitch from Jose Ramirez. Most home runs before the All-Star break for the Athletics since 1997, when Mark McGwire had 31.
I was looking at Chris Davis hit his 23rd about mid-July last year. Of course, didn't hit his first one until April 21st.
And Ramirez, very impressive again, faces 2 hitters, strikes them both out, and we're headed to the 9th inning. This game is tied at 2. His holiday homestand with a 3-game set against the Chicago White Sox. Tomorrow it'll be Cotton and Rodon. And remember, that's a 6:05 first pitch. Join us at 5 o'clock for A's pregame live. And there's the rest of the pitching matchups for the series. Gossett, Shields, and then Gray and Pelfrey. So 3-game set. Remember, you can stream the A's on the go with NBCSportsCalifornia.com and the NBC Sports app. So the White Sox are coming to town. They may have revenge on their mind, Ray.
Yes, they might, and they, of course, will make their only trip to the Coliseum this year. The A's have already been back to Chicago last road trip. Casilla on the mound yesterday. Of course, it was an error that started the inning, but gave up a double to plate the go-ahead run and turned out to be the winning run.
So here he's going to face Markakis, Kemp, and Adams. So a 2-2 game. Braves got their 2 runs in the 2nd inning. The A's got their 2 runs in the 7th. A's have stranded 5 through 8 innings. Braves have stranded 3. So again, not a great deal of offense. But you're right, Ray, in that 7th inning.
Yeah.
Davis hit the home run, then Alonso grounded out, then Barreto hit that pop-up that got kind of lost in the sun by Phillips. That would have been the second out, and the A's would not have scored in that.
That's right.
So again, not an error, but the guy loses the ball in the sun. What can you do? But still, he's taken advantage of that mistake. Three and one to Nick Markakis. Got a fastball to hit. Fouled it back. 3-2. Markakis is 0 for 3. He reached on an error in the third. Hey, babe.
Get it up to the shade. Nice play.
Sporting the leather. Toward left, Rajai Davis at the warning track, and Rajai Davis makes the catch. So Markakis 0 for 4. And here comes Matt Kemp.
All right. Number 27, Matt Kemp.
Kemp today has singled, hit into a double play, and grounded out. So Kemp is 1 for 3 today. He is 2 for 10 in the series. But very dangerous, and he's faced Casilla a lot. 5 for 17. Curveball. Kemp swings and misses.
Oh, at 12 home runs, you worry about his power, but what we've seen in this series so far is everything to right field. There's 12-6 Uncle Charlie. No chance there for the big man. But you're right, National League for both of them for a long time. Oh, Cueto.
That was a good one.
But said that a few times. This is when you sit in front of the mirror and go, hee 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 ha. Kept it far away from Kemp. Make it close enough so at least swings
Yeah,
it.
Kemp's like, what are you doing? Rolled foul, so now the count 1-2.
But if you're ever thinking about timing as a hitter and you're seeing a pitcher do that, you're going, wait a minute. I got my front foot down. Let's go up. Hesitation. And then here it comes. And throws his hands in the air when he's finished.
Yeah, he's got a serious recoil.
He's
He's always had that.
Yeah.
Kemp spoiled a good pitch. 96 right on the black. Kemp with 12 home runs on the year, 38 RBIs. And he got it. Chased a bad ball, hung on by Maxwell. 2 outs here in the top of the ninth.
Well, he went to a quick pitch, and so nobody on base. You can do all kinds of crazy things. And watch him here as he comes up and then whoop, right at him. And threw a good breaking ball and got Kemp to swing and miss. Maybe foul tip hung on by Bruce Maxwell. But you look at 3 different pitches, 3 different deliveries. And he finally threw him one that he couldn't catch up, and can't touch this.
So here's Matt Adams. Matt Adams is 0 for 3 today. 1 for 6 in the series. After the game, the Braves will head home, but they will be only home for a couple days. They play the Astros Tuesday and Wednesday. And then they finish at Washington, a 4-game series leading up to the All-Star break. So that's not even enough time to do your laundry. Although they will have tomorrow as an off day.
And fortunately for them, it's a day game today, so they get into reasonable time after a 3-hour time change, 5-hour flight. 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe.
Short hop. Alonso has it, steps on the bag, and Casilla has a good top of the ninth. So the A's see if they can walk it off. It's a 2-2 game as we go to the bottom of the ninth. Drive of the game. It's Chris Davis, a solo home run in the 7th inning, and that got the A's on the board. It made it a 2-1 game. The A's would get another run later in that inning, and that is where we are at. It's 2-2 going to the bottom of the 9th inning. So we'll see if the A's can salvage a win in this series, and if they do, it'll be a walk-off win. So new pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. It's your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake expert. So here's the lefty Sam Freeman. He'll face Alonso, Barreto, and Maxwell. Yonder Alonso is 1 for 3, a strikeout, a single, and a ground out. First pitch is a fastball inside. There's a strike. Big shift on for Yonder Alonso.
He wasn't Ramirez pretty good? Wasn't pretty good last inning?
Good.
And I think he faced Lowry, the lefty, and struck him out. Yeah, I agree with you. Push the ball down the third baseline. Just take a bunt base hit.
2-1 the count.
There it is. Only one on the left side. A huge opening on the left side. And this is a perfect time. You're tied game. Go in the 9th inning. Try to walk it off. Try to get on base. And not a bad thought.
That one's hit hard. Shallow right field. That's the third baseman, Camargo, who is way out there. And Camargo takes care of it. So it's a 5-3. The shift is on.
Say hello to Marquez. How close he was. And it's amazing, the shifts. But I still say, maybe see my hitting coaches say, hey guys, You see that shift, and you see the whole left side of the infield. Let's work on your bunting. Let's work on your inside-out swing. And I think if the shifts continue, I think we may see that in the future.
So here's Barreto. Barreto takes low. The third baseman, Camargo, who we just saw out in right field. Now he is back at third, and he is guarding the line. He's playing right near the bag at third.
Quite an extreme, huh? From shallow right field to guarding the line. And you have at one time the entire left side of the infield open.
In for a strike to Franklin Barreto. Barreto hit that pop-up that Phillips lost in the sun. So it went as a single. He then stole second base in the 7th inning and scored on Rosales' sacrifice fly. Healy left the game with muscle spasms in his back. That is why Barreto is in the game. Barreto came in to play short, and Rosales slid over from short to third to take Healy's spot. Big swing by Barreto, 2-2. He was trying to send A's fans home happy. 18,438 is the attendance today.
Load up, foot down, swing hard, no contact.
So 2-2 the count to Barreto. He reached for it, spoiled a pretty good pitch from Freeman. Freeman is the 5th pitcher of the game for the Braves. The A's have used just Manaea, Matson, and Casilla.
And is that Hendricks warming up? Because typically the closer goes one inning, try to get the dugout, try to win it. And A's are trying to do that in the bottom of the 9th.
Barreto swings and misses off speed pitch, and that's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th.
There was a hanger too. Left it up, big swing, just no contact again.
Now batting the catcher, number 13.
In this series, the A's on Friday night struck out 11 times. Yesterday they struck out 9 times. Today they have struck out 11 times.
What, 44 in the 3 games in Houston? Too many.
So here's Maxwell, a little slider for a strike. Maxwell is 0 for 2. He walked in the 3rd, or in the 7th, excuse me.
Yeah, Cap, the Braves and the Braves fans have heard the drums for 3 days. I wonder if they're looking forward to go back to the chop.
Yep, the chop. It's been their thing for quite a while. There's a strike, and now it's 1-2, 95 miles an hour. It's hard to figure out. You see somebody like Freeman,
Yeah,
been with 3 or 4 different teams, a left-hander.
that's right.
Good stuff. Maxwell just got a piece of that, rolled over on it. Mike Eldreddy would track it down. The Mariners just finished off the Angels 5-3 down in Anaheim. And that was the rubber game of that series. Well, the Mariners, who have been struggling as of late, but they win a series down in Anaheim. Again, today 5-3 was the final. Maxwell swings and misses, and we are headed to extra innings here in Oakland. So Freeman has a 3-up, 3-down inning. 10th inning coming up. It's a 2-2 game.
Fans will receive a G-Eazy bobblehead that plays an audio message from the man himself, all presented by Majestic. This bobblehead features Oakland's own G-Eazy, the world-famous rapper and lifelong A's fan. Plus, he will be at the game to throw out the ceremonial first pitch that night. For tickets, visit athletics.com/promotions. G-Eazy.
How about that?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
How about extra innings at the Coliseum?
That's easy, man. That's easy.
Yep.
G-Eazy, man.
Kurt Suzuki.
So Kurt Suzuki's going to lead it off. The new pitcher for the A's is Liam Hendricks. Hendricks is pitcher number 4 in the afternoon for the Athletics. Casilla with a good 9th inning. All the games in the American League are final. Suzuki slices one foul. Royals won again. They beat the Twins 6-2. Or the Royals. Royals have won 15 of their last 21. Numbers for Hendricks: 3-1, 4.81 ERA. And this is his first appearance in this series. Indians beat the Tigers 11-8. So the Indians pick up a game. And the Twins and now have a 3-game lead in the Central. Another tough sun ball. Lowry stays with it and he makes the catch.
See where Suzuki was when the ball came down. He's almost to second base. Played here enough to know that, but also played enough just if you're here yesterday and today to know that the sun is tough. Jed Lowry used his glove. As soon as the ball went up, the glove all the way. When the ball came down, you see his eyes and his face shaded by his glove, and just happy that the ball landed in his glove. And you look and you look and you look and you finally find it, and all the while wondering, please find my glove. Because that's not any fun.
Extra inning records: the Braves are 4-5. The A's are 3-3. It's been a little while since we've had a walk-off.
That's right.
This one's hit well to the left. Rajay Davis is right there, 2-1.
I think the last was here was Chris Davis, and he got the fame.
Right.
We're done. We're done. Take the, I can't. I'm done.
Number 17. Johan
Seemed to handle it quite well until tried to put the mics back on. It wouldn't work. So I'm out of here.
So here's Johan Camargo. Camargo is 0 for 3. A little bit high. Red Sox beat the Blue Jays 15-1. Boy, is that two teams going in opposite directions. Red Sox now have a 3-game lead in the East, and Toronto is now 9.5 out. They've lost 4 in a row. Blue Jays had a nice little stretch where they kind of got themselves back into it, but as of late, they have not played well. Orioles beat the Rays 7-1. The Red Sox starting to play very well. They're now 12 games over the 500 mark. 2-1 the count to Camargo. Now 3-1. On deck is Dansby Swanson. Foul straight back. So now a full count. So Hendricks is ready. 3-2 pitch, foul back.
He hasn't hit a home run yet,
He's
Margot,
not.
and he was trying to hit one there. He was trying to get his team and got it.
That guy got another one. He's got good range.
Yeah, perfect day for him.
This one down the right field line, but it's going to be foul. A good battle here between Hendricks and Johan Camargo. Camargo is 1 for 10 in this series. Defense pretty straight away for the switch hitter. And another foul ball. This one on the ground. Eddie Perez is the first base coach. Pop up down the left field line. Just right up near the A's bullpen. Sight.
That's the way to do it. Wait till it stops rolling, go pick it up. Look what I found. That's good. Now, this late in the game, those are pearls because they only rub up about 3 to 4 dozen.
That's a good
I don't know,
point.
6 dozen, maybe. I don't know. They go through them fast.
So another 3-2. And another foul ball.
Stuck into Chip Carey and Joe Simpson on the TV side for the Braves as Daniel Coulomb gets loose quickly. And everybody's got this pace of game ways of, really making it a lot more interesting. Except for every foul ball goes to the stand. If it's caught, it's an out.
Yeah, we're trying everything.
They said we'll start with 1 baseballs, and once they're gone, they're gone. Game over. That would last about 1 inning, the way baseballs are thrown out. Now, it's kind of interesting listening to some of their ideas, which.
Hey, it's great.
Yeah.
Throw fun stuff out there.
That's right.
I still like my idea. If you're hitting below 250, you cannot leave the batter's box.
Ooh. And nobody can leave then.
All right. Too bad.
That's great. Yeah. And if your ERA is such, you have to throw within 10 seconds
right.
instead of 12 or
if your
20.
ERA is over 5, you are on the 12-second clock.
Get it and throw it because you're eventually going to have to do it anyway.
And that one's hit to right center and off the base of the wall. Camargo hustling into second with a double. So a 12-pitch at bat ends up a double for Johan Camargo. A little bit of a scary moment there as the ball headed out to the wall in right center and ended up hitting right at the base of the wall.
And you could say, fortunately, the right guy hit it. Breaking ball on 3-2 on the 12th. And left or right center. And really for him, just getting on base with his speed. But that was scary close. Going to right center. Easy double for him.
So Scott Emerson, a quick visit with Hendricks. So the go-ahead run is at second, and
Now
this is
batting,
Dansby Swanson, who has had
Dansby
a handful of big hits in this series.
Well, he came with it yesterday against Casilla after the air, put a runner on. An air, stolen base, and here we go. So let's hope that doesn't happen today.
Swanson quiet today. 0 for 3, a strikeout, fly ball to right, a pop out to short. First pitch, and he got a fastball up out over the plate. He fouled it straight back. Six home runs, 35 RBIs. Not a real high batting average for Swanson. First full year in the big leagues. And he takes a strike right there, and it's 0-2.
Well, pretty good pitch to hit, but also evidently fooled Swanson as he took a 96 on the corner, four-seamer.
In the dirt, and it rolls to the legs of Maxwell. He can't find it. Camargo makes a big turn and stops.
Slider stayed down. He came up and just hit him on the edge of his catcher's mitt. And if you go to the ground with the catcher's mitt, it stays in front of you. And too many times, regardless of how long you've caught, you have a tendency to go down and come up with a glove, and that's all too often that will stay down. You just hope it doesn't hit the ground and stay soft on the ground. That's a big 90 feet.
Towards center. Brugman grabs it, side retired. So Camargo is stranded at third, and we're going to the bottom of the 10th. It's a 2-2 game. Johnson bring you the happy hour. It's also available to listen live and as a podcast on NBCSportsBayArea.com. So another tight ball game. All the games in this series have been close games. 2-2, bottom of the 10th inning. Jacob Brugman to lead it off. Freeman, the left-hander, stays in the game. Rosales to follow, and then Rajai Davis, so a left-handed hitter, and then a couple of right-handed hitters. First pitch is a little bit low. Well, for 2 with a walk today for Brugman. He walked in the 7th inning. Will pop up towards short. Swanson shading his eyes, and he makes the catch. So Brugman is retired. He's 0 for 3. 1 away here in the bottom of the 10th. We'll bring up Adam Rosales.
What's great about Adam Rosales, when he hits a home run, he sprints. So if he hits a walk-off, he can't enjoy it. he may get to home plate before the guys get out of the dugout.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's see if it can happen. I'd love to see him hit one and walk it off, and he would actually run it off, sprint it off.
First pitch is down and away. Braves have a right-hander out in their bullpen. Looks like Luke Jackson. But they decide to leave Freeman in there. Freeman has faced 4, and he's retired them all. Jackson is ready. Freeman, a couple of strikeouts. Camargo, the third baseman, he's playing, I mean, literally right next to the bag. Why, you may say? Well, trying to avoid ball being hit down the line, which would mean it's a double. Teams would rather obviously take the chance of the ball going into left field to his left, because it would probably only be a single.
And we'll eventually have a statistic that shows how many times the ball actually is hit down the corner, past the third baseman.
3-1 pitch, good swing by Rosie. And that's number 3.
Don't tell me.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Seriously.
You know, I think what you do after the second one, to give the third one to a kid. And you know what? I hope that's what that guy does, because that would be the right thing to do. Don't you think, Ray?
Yes, I do, as a matter of fact.
I mean, I'm sure there's some kids in that section that you could find.
If he were really smart, he'd give all 3 to somebody.
Send a young kid home happy.
Send 3 kids home happy.
So Rosales with the walk. The A's have the winning run aboard. See, he's going to give it to a kid, right? I mean,
he's got 3
yeah,
balls.
He's
He put that
definitely
3
going to give it
fingers.
to a kid. No, well, maybe. He jammed the other 2 in his bed. No. I think the right thing to do is find a couple kids.
Bring a reliever in.
That's right. Why not? Pitcher number 6 is coming in. It's Luke Jackson. He's trying to win it here in the 10th. Winning run at first base in the speedy Adam Rosales. So, hey, ball in the gap or down the line with Rosie's speed. He's got a chance to win this thing. There's Luke Jackson, his 19th appearance. 3.09 ERA, and this is the first time we have seen Luke Jackson in this series.
Well, thanks to a couple of very good starting pitchers on Friday and Saturday, and didn't get the chance to see a lot. Don't want to see Jim Johnson again today. He's got saves in back-to-back games.
Jim Johnson is the only Braves pitcher that has pitched in both games. And as we mentioned earlier, Doolittle has pitched in both games for the Athletics. Cologne standing out on the bullpen mound for the Athletics, so he's ready. So Luke Jackson, pitcher number 6 today.
Rajay forever will think about Aroldis Chapman, regardless of who's on the mound. You'd have to think he's got to be able to. But maybe thinking a slicing ball down the right field line versus pulling a ball down the left field line. A perfectly thrown fastball, and that is about as perfect on the corner at 94.
Rajay chases that one, and now the count is 1-2.
Hard slider away, a very difficult pitch for a hitter, and that time no contact.
Matt Olson will be next. And a swing and a miss. Rajay Davis chased up a couple pitches out of the strike zone. The A's have now struck out 13 times in this game. Big overhand curve.
Yeah.
Now batting, right fielder, number 28, Matt Olson.
So here comes Matt Olson. The Braves go into the shift as Camargo trots across the diamond and heads out to say hello to Nick Markakis. He's about had enough of this, I think. It's a long ways. The Braves been doing that all series. They keep the middle infielders in their normal spots. It's not a bad idea. You're only taking one player out of his normal position.
Yeah, we're seeing more and more of that, where the odd man out is usually the guy in the best shape.
The youngest, Rochambeau.
He's got to run the farthest. Unbelievable.
So quickly 0-2. Olson, he'd love to do this again.
Yes, indeed. No hitter on the line. And Matt Olson ended it with one swing in the bat. 3-2 fastball. Kept throwing, and the A's streak continues. Since 91, the last time they were no hit.
Fastball at 95 from Luke Jackson stays high. Pitchers left for the Braves are Johnson, Vizcaino, and Brothers. Rex Brothers is a left-hander. Take by Olson. Outfield playing a little bit deeper, trying to cut a ball off in the gap. Two pitch in the dirt, and now full count, so that'll help the A's.
That's good. Yeah. No doubles outfield. Hit a ball in the gap, and watch Rosie run. And they want to keep Adams at first base. See, the managers they're saying stay on the bag. That prevents a base runner from getting a huge lead. The thing is, if it's a base on ball and he's running, he can go to third. He can walk to third because there's nobody over there.
That's true. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah. And that's because of the shift and only the shortstop in his position. They say he'll be running because it's 3-2 and 2 outs. And again, Adams being at first base holding Rosales. He'll just have to wait until the pitcher delivers, but this is the case. Just keep running. If it's a walk and get to third.
And there goes, and the pitch is inside. He walked it.
Let's see.
Rosales thought about it.
Well, Suzuki kept pointing as Swanson came running over, but he was hesitant to go there. He should have been, once the ball passed the plate, he should have been spreading to third. Watch him at the top of your screen. Kind of waits. Rosie's going, and then Suzuki said, let's go. And Rosie got to second base. See, I think Rosie was content to second. He probably was not thinking about the left side being open, because that's the case with his speed. Just run, and you've got to know where the fielders are, and shift was definitely on. Now it's not. But a good at bat started 0-2 for Olson.
So see if Jed Lowry can be the hero. Base hit should win it for the A's. And this one's chopped slowly to the right side. Phillips has it. We are headed to the 11th inning. Still tied at 2, the A's and the Braves. The Braves will have the top of their order up with Inciarte, a left-handed hitter, and then Markakis, third, a left-handed hitter. The A's go to their left-handed reliever, Daniel Coulomb. So Coulomb 1-1 with a 51.98 ERA, 27 innings pitched for Coulomb. So he's going to face Inciarte, Phillips, and then Markakis. So it's been Manaea, Madsen, Casilla, Hendricks, and now Coulomb. Corner infielders play even with the bag. Rosales at third, Alonso at first. Outfield, Brugman in center field, slid toward left center about 5 steps. Inciarte's had a good game. He's 3 for 4 with 2 singles, a double, and an RBI. That's a strike. 1-1 the count. 7 hits for the Braves, just 4 hits for the Athletics. The only error in the game was made by the Athletics. That one spins inside to Inciarte. All the games in the American League are final. As we told you, the Astros win, the Angels lose, the Rangers lose, the Mariners win. A's coming into today 4.5 games behind the Mariners. Try to get out of the cellar. In the National League, just the Padres and the Dodgers in San Diego. That game's still going on. The night game is the Nationals at the Cardinals.
Cool means to get the slider cutter down. That ball stayed up to Inciarte, and didn't want to leave too many up in that zone.
Strike 3 call. Inciarte just stood there and watched it head on by, and that's a strikeout.
That's a curveball that really to lefties and or righties doesn't matter. It's a good one. Great 12-6. Floats right in, and you figure you can't hit it. Why swing at it? You hope it's called the ball. He didn't buckle the knees. He just didn't move. Just stayed there and watched it, and hoping that he didn't get the call he got.
So 1 out. Here's Brandon Phillips. Phillips swings and misses.
Well, here's cutter, sliders, curveball. 12-6 Charlie.
Phillips again swings and misses, so it's 0-2.
See, that's the good thing about the curveball, because it comes in, it looks good, and then drops out of sight. And so he shows it in a strike to the lefty, and then he throws it again to the righty, and that's what makes the curveball so good for him.
And on 3 pitches, Brandon Phillips strikes out. Colon strikes out the first 2 hitters that he faces here in the 11th inning.
Well, he might as well stay with it. Great rotation, and Phillips just kept thinking, I'm going to hit a fastball, and never did.
Nick Markakis.
So with 2 outs, here's Markakis. Markakis takes down and away. The Braves have 7 hits total. They had 2 hits in the first inning. They had 3 hits in the second inning. So in the last 8 2/3 innings, they have 2 hits. Should also remember, Ray, way back in the second inning, Matt Olson threw a runner out at the plate.
I was hoping that would be something that we'd be talking about, and you just brought it up. Nice memory. Because that was huge, and it's a big run in this game. He's also turned 3 double plays, so that Inciarte, of all people, thrown out at the plate on the base hit by Phillips. So Matt Olson, a big throw.
So 1-2 to Markakis, lefty on lefty.
That happened about 3 hours ago.
At least 2 days ago.
Let's take a look at it again, since it's been so long. 2 outs. Already up 2-0 for the Braves, but a perfect throw by Olson nails Inciarte at the plate. And while at that time we said, yep, who knows if it'll mean anything, right now it means a lot, considering it's in the 11th inning. Let's not forget Matt Olson, a natural first baseman, so his throws from the outfield pretty special.
Well, what you'd prefer not to have happen is you don't want to face Kemp.
No.
Kemp is the on-deck hitter.
Face him in 3 years.
That's right. That's right. Markakis, who always has a pretty good eye, and now the count is 3-2. Well, top of the 11th inning from the Coliseum. Seagulls are starting to move in.
Yes, they are.
And that one spins inside on 3-2, and Markakis is aboard with 2 outs. So that's the 3rd walk issued by these pitchers today. The first 2 were issued by Sean Manaea, the starter. So here's Kemp. Kemp is 1 for 4. He's the cleanup hitter. He's the designated hitter. And he drives one to center. Brugman's back. Brugman near the wall, and Brugman leaps, and it's off the wall. Markakis is going to come in to score, and the Braves have taken the lead. So you didn't want to see Kemp?
Yeah, I thought he caught it. I thought the way he went up and got back to the wall, it was hit high enough. Got an off-speed pitch right into the wheelhouse, the power of Matt Kemp, but as high as it was hit, watch Brugman go back, and he played it actually perfectly as he goes back up to the wall. He's looking at the wall, jumps, and just maybe lost sight of it as it hit right at the 400 sign right there, just off the edge of his glove, close to being a home run. Now maybe thought more about robbing him of a home run instead of catching the ball off the wall.
So big hit for Kemp.
But it looked like as far up as he went, if he had been over another 6 inches, he catches the ball. And when he came down, he had perfect timing. He just missed it. It's too bad.
So now you got to get Adams.
2-out walk. Wow.
And Jim Johnson is up, right?
Yeah, I know.
18 RBIs with 2 outs this season. So Matt Kemp's still a very, very dangerous hitter. Adams taps it foul out in front of home plate. So in the bottom of the 11th inning, the A's will have Davis, Alonso, and Barreto.
And what's too bad about Daniel Coloma in this inning is that he struck out the first batter on a curveball. He got Phillips on 3 curveballs, tried to get Markakis on a 3-2 curveball that didn't break, walked him. And good and bad about with Markakis, a left-hander, is saw 8 pitches.
In the dirt, blocked nicely. So 2-2 the count to Matt Adams. Matt Adams is 0 for 4 today. A couple of groundouts, a flyout, and a strikeout. All right, now the A's need to get back in the dugout. Just keep this a 1-run deficit.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, as always. But sad for them to even score. But at this point right now, you just have to think about making it just 1 run.
Adams bounces one foul to the far end of the dugout.
I don't think the Seagulls have been scared away by anything.
I don't think so. They're kind of gathering. Cologne, pitch number 22 coming up. Here it is. Foul back. Adams with a good rip. The only extra player the A's have left is Fegley. Healy's out of the game due to back spasms. So another 2-2 pitch coming up to Matt Adams. Strike 3 called. Adams knew it. The Braves take the lead on Matt Kemp's 2-out RBI double. A's will have Big Bopper Chris Davis leading things off against Jim Johnson when we come back. 3-2 as we head to the bottom of the 11th. Athletics too. Yonder Alonso is going to hit second in this inning, and we have just had the announcement made that Yonder Alonso was named to the American League All-Star team as a reserve just moments ago. So we thought this was certainly a possibility. Congratulations to Yonder Alonso. He's an All-Star for the first time, and he's headed to his hometown of Miami.
I think that's the biggest thing, Kai, but we're hopeful for more than one. But if it's one, it's nice that it is Alonso, that he does go back to Miami. He might have been going back anyway for the break, but now he goes back to play in the Midsummer Classic. So congratulations to Yonder.
He's with work to do here, trailing 3-2, bottom of the 11th, trying to avoid being swept by the Braves. And Jim Johnson is out there for the third game in a row. He threw 14 pitches and got the save on Friday. He threw 12 pitches and got the save yesterday. So 18 total saves, 5 blown saves. Close pitch, 2-1 the count. So he is pitching on his third day. Not a huge amount of pitches thrown in the first 2 games. But still, 3 days in a row for Jim Johnson. And now 3-1. Alonso and Barreto, and hopefully more. Very close. Called the ball. Johnson thought maybe he had a strike. The A's have the tying run aboard. So the A's have received 7 walks. That's the good news. The bad news is none of them have scored.
That's exactly right.
So here's Yonder Alonso. Pitch to Alonso, misses outside.
Kai, is it possible that Yonder Alonso, just named the All-Star team, could hit a 2-run walk-off home run? And we could congratulate him personally on the air?
I think it's more than possible. I think it's highly probable. All right, now Johnson struggling with his control, and that's the good news for the A's.
That's right. He may not get a strike.
Barreto will be next.
And remember, if it goes to 3-0, Yonder Alonso has had the green light almost every time, if not every time, that he's had that count. Right now, it's 2-0. And looking for the same type of pitch, just watch the sinker.
Missed again. 3-0.
Well, just be selective right here. Just don't want to get a sinker on 3-0, and that's one of the problems with a sinker ball pitcher, that it's not a true four-seamer. Get movement all the time, even on 3-0.
And that one is a strike, 93 miles an hour. So now 3-1. So Barreto will be next. After Barreto, it's Maxwell and then Brugman. Pitch missed outside, and Jim Johnson has walked the first 2 hitters here in the bottom of the 11th.
They're going to take a look at him, and I don't know. Kurt Suzuki looked into the dugout, so I don't know, either maybe the position and what they're going to do, or just to check on Jim Johnson. And he gave up the double to Lowry on Friday night, then struck out the side, and then yesterday he struck out 2 in the last inning. Maybe this is more strategy. That's Chuck Hernandez, a pitching coach. Strategy, and see what it takes to get him to throw a strike.
So Chuck Hernandez, the pitching coach, heads back to the dugout, and infielders head back to their spot. So here's Barreto. What do you think, Ray? Is he bunting?
How about him?
You know, it's one thing the A's don't do a lot of is sacrificing, but I'd say it's a pretty good opportunity to do it, because at worst case you get second and third if you're able to get the ball down successfully, And you have one run or chance, of course, to get a base hit to win it, but also a chance to tie it. And you're the home team. If you're going to bunt to third.
He is bunting, and it's a strike. Pull the bat back. Pitch looked like it was a bit outside.
Well, he's set up to bunt it to third base.
Corner infielders creeping in. Barreto to bunt, and it's a big overhand curve that misses badly. So Johnson used that big overhand curve. Be very effective with it the first 2 games in this series. Barreto turns to bunt, and that's a strike. Pull the bat back, and now it's 1-2.
Now he goes back to two-seamer, back door, bringing it in. Gets the call both times.
Numbers at the Coliseum for Jim Johnson. Some of those numbers came with the Athletics. Barreto to bunt again, and he missed it. So not a good at bat for Franklin Barreto. One to forget.
I just wonder if he was given the bunt sign. I bet he wasn't, Ken. Because that's, I mean, it's bad. 2, yes, but then the pitch way outside and just jabbed at it.
So the A's have now struck out 14 times today. And here's Maxwell. Maxwell is 0 for 3. He walked in the 7th inning. First pitch is a little bit low. Chris Davis has pretty good speed. He's at second base. He is the winning run. Good time for Maxwell's first hit today. Missed again outside. So right now I think Jim Johnson's trying to figure out Stu Shearwater's strike zone.
Maybe so is Franklin Barreto.
That's true.
Considering what happened to the 2 that he thought were outside.
Well, Maxwell, hitters count 2-0. He had a good rip, fouls it left side. Rays have used Tehran, Mott, Kroll, Ramirez, Freeman, Jackson, and now Johnson. Again, foul, just about the same spot. So the count even at 2-2.
You know, earlier when Bruce Maxwell came up, he was driving that same pitch to left field. Now he's kind of feeling for it.
Almost like he's getting out front.
Too much, yeah, exactly. If they can pull instead of opposite field. And when he first came up, he let the ball travel to him to the point that he could go to the opposite field effectively.
Johnson, the 2-2 pitch. And that one is drilled to right field. Markakis, it's over his head off the wall, and the A's are going to win the game thanks to Bruce Maxwell. Bruce Maxwell tied it. I apologize. I got myself all excited.
Well, I was watching Alonso, hopeful that what you said would be true. But
Well, I saw him headed to third, and I'm thinking.
The ball was hit too hard. It came back. And unfortunately, Maxwell just got a single out of it. Now he's going to second. He just went. I was going to say he was back at first talking.
He was
no, he was at first. They were intentionally walking Brugman, so he was at first. I guess the ball came back so hard and quickly to Markakis. He did not want to be thrown out, so he got to first and stopped. I thought it was a double easily, but just a single.
So Brugman indeed is walked. So I apologize for the premature victory celebration, Ray.
Well, now we're going to get it. Let's hope now, because the 4 fingers went up to Brugman. So Rosie And Suzuki just saved that.
Wow.
So back-to-back walks started it. So one is scored finally. Of the ones that have walked today, only one has scored so far is Kurt Suzuki. This is off his shin guard. If he, I mean, his glove came up, the ball hit the shin guard and came back towards the pitcher.
So Rosales a chance to be a hero. And that one a little bit outside. Now it's 2-0.
It's a strike to Barreto. Wow. Somebody's trying to figure it out. That's exactly where the pitch was to Barreto.
Rosales, big swing and a miss, 2-1.
Well, it does not take much because the infield and outfield are all in. Chris Davis has scored the tying run. The A's trying to win it in the bottom of the 11th.
Strike call. A little bit of a late call by Stu Shearwater. So now it's 2-2.
Well, that's a perfect throw. Another perfectly thrown pitch. Outside corner, and if Rosie swings at it, he probably beats it in the ground. He didn't think it was a strike.
Two pitch. Little pop-up, shallow center field, and Ciarte dives. He caught it, and Alonso's going to stay at third. Well, Ciarte just came flying in from center field, and boy, what a terrific play.
Well, he's playing shallow anyway, and that's what helped him because of the 2 outs. So he's playing shallow, came in, but still had to go to the slide to catch him. If he's playing a normal position, and if is a big word at this time of the game, now he goes back. If he's where he is right now, he would never have gotten to it, but he had to play shallow because any ball hit to the outfield is going to score him. So it's up to Rajai.
Third at bat for Rajai Davis. Hits one high in the air, but foul down the right field line.
Well, who would think at this point a shin guard is going to save the game for the Braves, at least right now. Shin guard of Kurt Suzuki. And the ball scooted under his glove, but off his shin guard.
Oh, 0-1 to Davis. Jay Davis went around, says Jeff Nelson, and just like that, it's 0-2.
Bad hit is what got him.
Oh, 2 pitch again. There's that big curveball. This time, no swing. '28th pitch for Jim Johnson. And here it is. Strike 3 called at the knees. Rajai Davis disagrees. So the A's tie it. I did my best to help them win it.
I was hoping that would be the case.
We're headed to the 12th. It's a 3-3 game.
fireworks plans early. Avoid the 4th of July headache with family-friendly fireworks at day early. That's tomorrow. The biggest fireworks in the Bay Area will follow the A's White Sox game. Enjoy the free fireworks show right on the field. And for tickets, visit athletics.com/happy. That's athletics.com/happy. You know what's good about the fireworks tomorrow is because all around the Bay Area, no fireworks. They said they're illegal. So you come here tomorrow and, hey, get to enjoy it for free. And the Seagulls are saying, what is going on with the moon coming up behind them? The moon over the Seagulls.
So John Axford comes in for the Athletics. So each team with a run in the 11th inning to keep this tied. It's 3-3. Kurt Suzuki to lead it off. First pitch is outside to Suzuki.
Well, I think at this point it's which team's going to run out of pitchers because everybody's doing one inning.
The A's have Doolittle, Neal, and Brady left.
Well,
right.
I have to question whether Doolittle's even available after back-to-back games. And with that in mind, you get two long guys actually in Neal and Brady. He twisted his knee or something. Maybe he took a ball off his left hand earlier while he was catching.
Suzuki, home run in the 2nd inning. Since then, he has grounded out twice and popped out. That's Herodis Vizcaino. Not a whole lot going on down there. Now 3-1 to Suzuki. Danny Santana to follow. And then Yohan Camargo. Left center. Braves take the lead thanks to Kurt Suzuki, his 2nd home run today.
Wow.
So he got in a hitter's count.
Yes, he did.
And he took advantage.
Load up and let it go, and boy, he did. This one at least on the inner part of the plate, but the one he hit off Manaea was outside. But this, where has the power come from? And that was crushed. I mean, it sounded like it's going to be a home run and left his bat. Wow. So he drove in the first run with a home run, and Braves hope it's the last one. And the kid didn't. I mean, this went out and came back in so fast.
Not happy. Can't blame him.
Thing is, replay, David Renetti might have been looking for him.
That's true. 3rd time Kurt Suzuki has had a multi-homer game in his career. One and two the count to Danny Santana.
I hate to say it, we saw Josh Reddick excel against the A's. Of course, seeing him a lot as the A's and Astros plays him 19 times a year. Series in Houston just completed for the A's. Man, he was doing everything. And now Kurt Suzuki, a former Athletic, does the same today. First and only game that he's played in the series.
Danny Santana has walked a couple of times. Walked and scored back in the 2nd inning. So now the count is full.
Well, the problem with Suzuki, it was a hitter's count, and now you're back at a hitter's count. There are a lot of Seagulls out there, man.
Get Nancy.
It's like they saw the home run and said, okay,
we're back.
Extra innings, got the lead again.
Axford with a nice play, flips to first. So that's out number 1 here in the top of the 12th. And that'll bring up Camargo.
Number 17, Johan Camargo.
Well, the A's do not have an off day tomorrow. The Braves do. A's will play 3 against Chicago and 4 against Seattle this week, leading up to the All-Star break.
Oh, they're going down. They're looking for the field.
Yeah, they're in unison too.
Yes, they are. So who's the leader of the pack for the Seagulls?
Camargo takes a strike. That was the giveaway today.
And they're in the upper deck.
The MLB Network tote bag. Yeah, that's just some of them, folks.
Yeah.
There's more than that.
That's right.
Oh, 2 pitch, good curveball, and Camargo strikes out for the second time. So 2 away, and here's Dansby Swanson.
12-6, and they got him.
Now batting, number 7, Dansby Swanson.
MLB Network showing the All-Star team. I saw Pat Neshek's name is on there.
Really? That he made it?
Pat Neshek made the National League
Wow.
All-Star
Again.
team. He's pitching with the Phillies now.
Well, they've got a bad club, so maybe. But
maybe their guy. Yeah.
But for Neshek, last time I want to say was in Minneapolis at Target Field, where his brother was down the left field line, and that was a big story where his brother was the ball boy, and here's Pat coming back to play in the All-Star game. A game that was finished with Kurt Suzuki behind the plate and the closer for the Twins at the time, the lefty, been on the DL.
1-1 the count to Swanson, who's 0 for 4 today. Swanson goes after a fastball running in on him, and he rolls it foul. Erodes Vizcaino is the man out in the bullpen. These will have Olson, Lowry, and Davis in the bottom of the 12th. Another curve. This one down and away to Swanson. A week from Tuesday, the All-Star game in Miami. Chris Davis probably considered all his home runs. Of course, they still have the one more fan selection where 5 players from each league.
Right.
Final fan vote, I believe they call it.
Yeah, and one would be selected. Try to think. Logan Morrison hit 2 more yesterday, first baseman for the Tampa Bay club. Dickerson, though, was leading the league in hits, so there was a possibility he got the nod as it was an outfielder. He's not going to win the voting. But yonder's the man. So
he is. The All-Star makes the catch, but Kurt Suzuki hurts the A's again. He homers, and it's 4-3 Braves as we head to the bottom of the 12th. So the A's are going to have to come back again. It's 4-3, bottom of the 12th inning. Rodis Vizcaino is the new pitcher for the Braves. He'll try to get the save. He is the 7th relief pitcher used today. Braves have just one more down in the bullpen. It's the left-hander Rex Brothers. See if the A's can come back again. Olson, Lowry, and Davis. Rodis Vizcaino.
Olson.
First pitch to Matt Olson, a big swing and a miss. Vizcaino, yesterday, 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 hits and 2 runs. He threw 22 pitches. So not effective yesterday. Did not pitch in game 1. Hard thrower, 99 miles an hour.
Yeah, the walk to Lowry, the 2-run home run by Chris Davis that tied the game, and KD will be hitting in this inning. Matter of fact, he's the on deck, sir. Nope, that's going to be Lowry, then KD.
Olson swings and misses on an off-speed pitch. So Vizcaino pumping it in there at 98, 99, and then he drops one in there at 85.
Breaking ball to the back foot, and after you see good fastballs, you gear up a little bit extra, and then all of a sudden it drops out of sight.
And he did it again, and Olson swings over top. Suzuki flips it to first, 1 out here in the 12th.
Well, another off-speed pitch, breaking ball in the dirt.
Now batting second baseman, number 8, Jed Lowry.
So here's Lowry looking for his first hit. Couple of groundouts, couple of strikeouts, and a line out for the A's second baseman. He has not had a whole lot of hitless games this year, but he's sitting on one today. 2-0 the count. He wants a new baseball, does Vizcaino. Ciarte, the center fielder, well into left center field. Huge gap in right center. Lowry. Head in the count, 2-0. And he had a good rip. Tough to catch up with, though, 98 miles an hour, and it was a little bit toward the inner half of the plate.
That's a good one, drill out, but maybe just tied him up enough that he could not extend his arms enough to make contact.
99 miles an hour. Now it's 2-2.
That's nasty. That is a great fastball. And it just seems relievers come in and they throw harder and harder. Jed just a little bit tardy on the pitch.
And he came right back again with the 99-mile-an-hour heater.
It's right there. Kurt Suzuki just not able to hang on to the foul tip. Got him in the same spot it got him earlier, and that's the same reaction he had earlier. Too bad he didn't come out of the game when that happened earlier. Maybe he's still tied.
So another 2-2. Here it is. High fastball, and Lowry just got a piece of it. Chris Davis waits in the on-deck circle.
But if they could duplicate yesterday, walk, and then a 2-run home run.
Again, foul. That one down a little bit. It's been a long afternoon for both teams. Brian Snitker, the manager of the Braves, is hoping it's worth the wait. Vizcaino kicks and deals, and he went with that hard slider, and Lowry strikes out.
Straight away center field. First pitch he saw from Vizcaino, gone.
Now batting designated hitter, number 2, Chris Davis.
So this time Jed Lowry's not on. That would tie the game at 3.
So here's Davis, first pitch. Not close. So Davis, that was in the 7th inning, and that was his 23rd home run of the year. And then in the 11th, he led off the 11th with a walk, and he eventually scored on Maxwell's double. And that tied the game at 3, and the A's had a great chance to win it. They just could not quite do it. And that one hit into center field, and the game continues as Davis is going to give the all-star Yonder Alonso a shot. A low line drive by Chris Davis.
And what a story this would be. Fastball away, Chris Davis back up the middle. And you think about his season already to date, 23 home runs. Is still a week before the break begins, a week from today when the A's are in Seattle. 7 games remaining. Who knows how many more he's going to hit. And Yonder Alonso is the all-star representative for the Athletics. KD, a possibility also at first base. Maybe somebody will bow out. Maybe he'll get a chance.
First pitch to Alonso is a fastball away.
Well, we've seen the A's get down to 2 outs, and then it seems like it's over, and then somebody gets on, somebody keeps it going, and next thing you know, they win it in walk-off fashion. Right now, just trying to keep it going.
Yonder fouls that one at the plate, and the count 1-1. We just saw where Justin Smoak was actually voted in as the starting first baseman in the American League.
Wow. Yeah. So he beat Hosmer.
So he must have had a late surge. So the last time I saw Hosmer was not by a huge amount, but you know, looked like he had a fairly safe lead.
And Smoak and Morrison behind Hosmer, and wow, it's interesting.
Yonder waits. The 1-1 pitch from Vizcaino. Here it is. A little bit inside with that hard slider.
Well, Yonder has pulled open. They're planning to pull. We've seen Yonder go oppo, especially with a good fastball that Vizcaino throws. They want to go outside, take it out.
Not close. 3-1.
Well, Barreto hits in this inning. He's not going to be up to bunt.
I don't think so.
Swing and bunt maybe, but not a sacrifice. Uh-oh, Seagull's landing. Incoming. So they saw something on the infield grass.
3-1 pitch. Here it is, and it's not close to the backstop. So the A's are going to get the tying run to second base, and it's going to be the youngster Franklin Barreto.
Cap, I believe that was one of those. You got the kid coming up. You got Alonso, who's already hit 17 this season. Threw him a 3-1 slider. It wasn't even close. I think it was Kurt Suzuki just pretty much saying, not going to let Alonso beat us.
Now batting shortstop.
And let's hope Franklin Barreto can be the guy.
How about this, Ray? The A's hitters today have received 10 walks and have struck out 17 times.
And only one has scored, and that was last inning to tie it.
So here's Barreto. He came in the game in the 3rd inning. Ryan Healy left with back spasms. Chance to be a hero for Barreto. First pitch goes after the fastball down around the knees, rolls it toward the backstop. So 0-1.
Well, right now the A's are hoping for any kind of hit to the outfield that could plate the tying run.
A 1 pitch hit in the air toward Markakis. Markakis near the line. He's got it, and that's the ball game. So another difficult loss for the Athletics as the Atlanta Braves finish off the 3-game sweep of the A's. So today's game took 4 hours and 11 minutes. The crowd was 18,438. The final score this afternoon, it's the Atlanta Braves 4 and the Oakland A's 3 in 12 innings. Stay tuned. A's post-game live with Brody Brazil, Shooty Babbitt, and Dave Stewart is set to roll from the studio.
Here's the final line score for this afternoon's game, ladies and gentlemen.